Hey guys, how's it going? It's the lone Ronin, and today I'm going to be discussing improving discourse and just general suggestions to foster healthy and open discussion for metagame. A lot of these concepts apply to communities in general, and I think the first things first is that disagreement is really important, and disagreement is actually a natural part of growing a community. Not every individual has the same shared values as their peers. And by default, that's going to have people disagreeing with each other at some point or another. So I think a big topic for debate has been free speech versus community standards. And a lot of us are here because of the censorship resistance of blockchain and cryptographic technology. But we still need to be mindful of the overall health of the community. We can't just be grandiosely saying whatever we want, as there's a lot of things that we can say that are inappropriate. And in general, we should be prioritizing healthy community discourse in the community. And we still want to discuss sensitive topics, but we need to mediate discussion and arguments about sensitive topics in a specific way. And this is where the disagreement hierarchy kind of comes into play. When moderating discourse, we generally want to follow this disagreement hierarchy and be as high as possible. When you look at platforms such as Twitter, a lot of individuals, when they have an argument, they're generally at the lowest point of the disagreement hierarchy, which are primarily name calling and ad hominems. When we want to have a disagreement in this community, we want to focus on primarily refutations and counter arguments. Really, the key difference between a refutation and counter argument is just the explicit and verbose communication of why a certain point is wrong, whereas a counter argument just simply provides, a countering point for why said thing is wrong. Now, another thing to really keep in mind when having an argument and when disagreeing with another individual is that you should not take things personally. A big thing that kind of devolves arguments into insults, really, is the emotional attachment and your personal identity being attached to the argument itself and the outcome of the argument. So by detaching your personal identity from the disagreement, you're much less prone to become angry, frustrated, and basically feel those negative emotions, which in turn cause the argument to devolve into name calling and insults. And, at the end of the day, when having an argument and resolving an argument, counterparties do not need to have to agree with each other at the end. It's okay to leave an argument and still disagree with the other person. Really, the most important thing when it comes to having an argument and a disagreement is that the discussion and the discussion around the topic was mediated in a healthy and proper way, and we focused on being higher up in that disagreement hierarchy, instead of name calling and insulting your counterparty. This way, when they walk away from the argument, you're providing important perspective and you're basically providing them insight as to why their point is wrong, even if they still think that their viewpoint is right. Anyway, that summarizes what I have to say about improving discourse and how to argue in general. And yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Lone Runner. I think that's helpful. I liked how the title, I thought we were going to learn how to argue with you.
Oh, well. I think, there's going to be a point where we do disagree on things, but yeah, I just felt that it was important that we kind of focus on that. So yeah. Do people ask me questions now, or I don't know how it works?
I don't think we have any people within this Jitsi room at the moment, but I can check on over at our MetaFEST public and see if anybody's been asking questions. It doesn't look like right now anyone has asked questions. I have a question though. Do you incorporate nonviolent communication into this? Or are you active in other forms of like moderating people's discussions and social interaction?
Yeah, and you know, I think that's an important thing to bring up. And I think the nonviolent communication aspect of it, that's a large part of avoiding the ad hominems and the name calling aspect, because that's generally where, like, you know, derogatory language kind of comes into arguments. And you know, obviously we want to avoid those type of things, for sure. But yeah, no, I agree. I think in general that's just avoiding ad hominems in general, and you'll generally avoid violent language in general.
Right.
Oh, how do you diffuse heated arguments safely? So, you know, that kind of comes back to the here, one sec. That kind of comes back to like removing the emotional attachment to an argument. And when you make sure or help remove their identity from the disagreement, they're much, like, you're able to diffuse it. And I know that's like kind of an abstract way to look at it, but yeah, you know, you really have to, you know, remove their identity from it. And sometimes, you know, doing that might even have to resolve them just leaving the argument altogether, because, you know, especially with high tense and emotions, you're gonna end up you can't really just have them rationalize like removing their identity from said disagreement. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I feel that having proper conversation on here is very important. And, you know, as we're working in these hive minds, you're going to have differences with people, right? But as smoothly as we can work through them and work towards a common goal, the better it is for everyone, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, I agree. And yeah, you know, it's you know, it's a hard thing, and there's no like clear cut solution to, like Ali Bite said, diffusing heated arguments, because it's all contextual, because like the reasons why they may be frustrated or angry about something can be different for each topic. So yeah, like I said, like understanding like what's causing them to be so emotionally attached to the outcome is the core way you can diffuse it. And sometimes you can't identify that solution right away, and that's kind of where it comes back to, you know, you're going to have to remove the person from the argument altogether.
Right, definitely. We have a question from Miss Anth asking about how do you know when to give up?
Well, that's really simple. It's you know, when you move down the disagreement hierarchy, when you're going down here to the ad hominem name calling, um, that's when it's time to stop, because it's you're not able to bring it back to the central point, because at the end of the day, you want to be arguing about topics, not, you know, an individual's characteristics, for example. So if you're not able to bring the argument back up there, that's generally the time where you know, you might want to you might want to end the argument, because there's no key points being discussed. You're not able to discuss the actual reason why said person is wrong, and so on and so forth. So
Right.
yeah, that's a huge thing, is because because, you know, obviously, you know, sometimes it might devolve to that point, but if you can bring it back up to that and just be conscientious of like focusing on the central point, that's important. Methods like the Socratic method.
Yeah, question from Alibite there, Socratic reasoning.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, the Socratic method in general, I think it's, you know, obviously you want to like reason through everything. I mean, I think I guess it's kind of like a given. You want to be like rational about every point that you bring up. Like should all be based on reason and trying to rationalize said counterpoint. So I think a big thing too is empathy, because like you have to be able to like when you're disagreeing with someone, like there's obviously a conflict of opinion,
Right.
and having empathy for their viewpoint is very important, because you need to like try to understand and rationalize why they see X perspective is right is wrong. So I think is the video scuffed on my well sorry, I don't know what to say about that, but yeah, anyway, empathy is an important thing. So I think a combination of like I guess the Socratic method, which is really just rationalizing thing, and then empathizing their viewpoint is the way to go.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that it's very valuable to talk about these things, as we're all in different places and different time zones and different mindsets and different skill sets, and sometimes can act a little bit rash because we're you know coming from a different place in the day, or different things have happened in our lives, empathy is more than just dropping into their mental level. It's dropping into like where they are, like
Exactly. No, I agree with you 100%. Like that's why I mentioned like empathy is extremely important, because like the Socratic method in general, like you should be discussing your actual ideas that way, but like when you're communicating with a person, you got to be super mindful of that, the empathy part. So agree with that 100%.
yeah. Well, thanks so much. This is I think a very important first conversation for Community Day: how to interact with your community.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thanks for thanks for joining us here at MetaFest,
Oh yeah, for
and
sure.
obviously being a very active player within MetaGame itself.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. I guess I'll head out now, and yeah, no, I hopefully this was helpful, and hopefully we can just be mindful of I think the disagreement hierarchy specifically in future arguments, and I think there was a lot of good points brought up, with the Socratic method, and of course empathy as well too. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. See you soon.
All right, take it easy, guys.
Have a
Bye.
good one. And up next, we have Kris, who is taking a stroll around the block for a moment. So welcome to MetaGame MetaFest 2021, Day 1, Community Day. It's the first day of our speakers. We have about 13 speakers on the dock for today. We'll be streaming all of this through our YouTube channel. We have a bunch of different talks going on today. That was the lone Ronin with How to Argue. Up next, we're going to have Kris talk about crypto and social. We'll have a talk from Giveth with Willy, Rainbow Warrior with Jessica, Building a Decentralized Society with Pete. We'll have a Metaverse panel with Drew Harding, MetaDreamer, and Peth. We'll have an intro to Dande and Lion with Decentralion, Aligning Community with Profit with Alibite, Hitchhiker's Guide to Token Engineering with Solicista, Networked Media with MZ, Building Creative Commons for Everyday Web3 Community with Odyssey, Introducing GovBase with Joshua, and MetaFam Open Floor, where we'll discuss some of the things that MetaFam community are building, and have a little bit of a Q&A section for that. So up next we have Kris, ideally. And if not, I can do a little dance for you. Penguin's a pretty good dancer too, I think. Keep an eye on our Twitter throughout the week. We will be posting, as we have been, all the updates and tiles that will let you keep in touch and keep tabs on what's going on. We're at MetaFam is our Twitter handle. Stay tuned the entire MetaFest, and we will be posting every day, every couple of hours. Please retweet and like as much as possible, spread the word. Join us on our Discord server to keep up to date. Drop in MetaFest Public. And this is a great place if you have questions during any of these talks. You can pop in our MetaFest channels. We have a MetaFest Public, a Hack-Along, and a Looking for a Group. There's also a shilling channel where you can drop some advertisements that other people can see. A lot of the action's been happening on our Discord, minus these streams here on YouTube. If you go to metafest.metagame.wtf, you can see our landing page for all of MetaFest. Click on the stage, which you probably already did, and it'll bring you here to the YouTube stream. Some other upcoming highlights for this week. We have some talks from NFT artists, DeFi. We have a whole DeFi day. We have some live art happening. We have a scavenger hunt underway in Junkyard District of Crypto Voxels. Well, that's pretty exciting. We've played Pictionary on NFT. We played Hangman, not Scrabble, on Nifty Inc. We did a week-long social icebreaking, got to know each other. We popped on over to Token Smart and had a little tour with their WIP, had a little dance session, and showcased our Crypto Voxels metagame headquarters. You can find the link to our Crypto Voxels on the metafest.metagame.wtf. Come visit us in Crypto Voxels. We have a lot of cool things going on there. Our very own bag holder McFOMO and Mobility have been adding lots of wonderful posters and art to the gallery next door and to our headquarters in general. And yeah, before we move into, hey, we have a penguin here.
Hey Tommy, how's it going?
Going well.
Was gonna step in to help talk about some community stuff. I wanted to say a big thank you to you for stepping up to moderate, as well as everyone from MetaGame, for being kind of the community that's brought us all together. So if you don't know about MetaGame is based around source cred and also a key player from the Meta Cartel ecosystem. So the people that have made this happen, such as Peth, myself, Tommy, Jelly Royale, Metaverde, and Sparrow, and many other people have really been kind of instrumental in making this all happen for MetaFest, as well as metagame in general. So metagame, as Sparrow has described it, is the future of work. And what that means is that we're community driven, and we are 100% decentralized in the fact that anyone can step in and participate in a way that they feel that they can contribute. So they can come and with art skills, and we can put them to design work. We can work with soft skills, and we help facilitate people's growth and community growth. And so one of the ways that that is all empowered is through source cred, and we've basically been able to use the data and our community engagement to track and gamify our path through what we call the game. And the game is actually the real world. So we've tried to gamify improving ourselves and our connections with the people around us as we basically build up a way for us to reward and recognize value that's created by our community members. So we, by giving a simple reactions in Discord, such as thumbs up, or if we give an octo emoji, it's extra points. We can establish value creation and establish reputation based on our engagement with each other. So it's one of the key aspects of community is how does the community interact with each other and how healthy is that interaction? So is it something that's sustainable? Are people there for pure intentions? Are they there because they want to work? So the community is really established around a goal and a purpose. So the purpose of MetaGame originally was onboarding people into Ethereum and the Web3 space. But more importantly, it was a crypto native friendly environment as well. So basically, the people that are creating a lot of the protocols today or were instrumental in a lot of the things that happened over this past year, we all started from like a social kind of gathering of like-minded people. And one of the best parts about Web3 is that all the people in the space that I've kind of come across are much more of the creator technologist mindset, where we want to share what we've done. We want to work with other interesting people, which is a completely different paradigm from the traditional corporate world where you want to try and own as much as you can and get as big of a piece of the pie as you can. In fact, instead of a pie, Web3 uses the donut a lot because donut economics is all about establishing like an equilibrium that we can all kind of live in a healthy zone. No one's pushed too far out to live outside their means and basically destroy the world for the rest of us. And we try to make sure that the people that need more have better access to the tools that they need to meet their basic needs. Because if we can't meet our basic needs, then we can't really meet our creative needs or our design needs or development needs. So by establishing, at least a basic level of comfort and engagement with the community, so you have a harder time kind of establishing, um, you know, even free time to devote to things that you like. So that's one of the key parts about how everything works is the XP that we generate and the reputation that we build with each other, we then mint out with our social token. It's fair launch. There's no pre-mine, there's no sale, there's no mining at all. The only mining is social mining by engaging with people of your community and creating value. So I like to call it sweat equity, which means that the only reason that you gain experience is because you did amazing work and we all saw it and we valued it. And so you get your experience as you would in the real world in our game. And so our game is the metagame because we track the stuff that's going on outside of the game and help you play better. So, yep, that's one of the main things. Do we have any questions, Tommy, about the metagame?
Not that I see in the MetaFEST public. Let me look again. I think that you worded it pretty good. No, we don't have any questions popping up from anyone specifically.
Okay. So, one of the key things for like the gamification process is that we established, ranks. So our ranks are done by kind of they're based off of tiers from Dota or something like that, I believe. So the top 7 people based on experience are platinum or diamond, and then we go platinum, and then gold, and then silver and bronze. And then we also have players and patrons. So Metagame is right now in season 1, and at the end of the week, we are going to transition to season 2. So the key numbers that we're trying to overcome for activity and social engagement for the community is 150. So 150 players, and those are active people that are participating and creating value in the system. And then 150 patrons, which are people that are allowed to participate and generate experience, but they can be more passive because they've planted some seeds into our future. So we have popes and badges for everyone, and we have speaker badges as well as visitor badges. So if you are watching this, hit up one of the people from Metagame and ask for your Pope badge. So specifically, I would look for Tommy, Penguin, myself, Metaverde, or Bagsy McHolder III. And yeah, we will send you a link to claim your Pope.
Very cool. And Pope, in case you're not aware, is a proof of attendance protocol that makes these cute little pogs that are NFTs, right? That show you that you've been participating all along the Web3, Ethereum, DAO, Metaverse.
Yeah, that's exactly right. One of the best parts about the Pope and that I love is it gives you kind of like the history of events that you went to. And I think that we're going to see a lot more of these in the coming year, where we have the social tokens that were kind of for the events that we went to. So like as we build towards tokens, and everyone wonders about NFTs, the big question is what is the value that we create, and how do we capture like the experience? And so things like our event tokens and the Pope will give you kind of a history and roadmap of the events that you were able to attend, and they help you remember some of the talks that you attended. So we also got a whole bunch of other NFTs available for people if you complete workshops or the event. So one of the big events that I recommend everyone go out there and try is the scavenger hunt. So in Crypto Voxels, we have hidden 10 clues, and the 10 clues are also a word puzzle. So they will lead to several clues that you can turn in. And if you figure out the solution, then we will send you an amazing NFT. So it's one of my favorite from the show. We've got about 20 to 25 different NFTs that you can earn by participating. So let's see. I believe we have Kris coming up soon. Or Willy.
I think Kris said he's around about 7 minutes ago, so I think we could throw him on if we want.
So what are you looking forward to the most, Tommy? What's your favorite speech coming up?
For today or for this week?
Sure, let's go for today.
Today, I'm pretty excited for Willy coming up here right after Kris for Giveth. I think that it's a great project and he's going to have a lot of good things to say. I think that it will be great. Basically, the next 2 speakers also from Jessica right after him. And I'm curious about this Hitchhiker's Guide to Token Engineering.
Yeah, that one was pretty cool. So I'm also wearing one of the Metagame shirts. This was one of the early sample prototypes. So you can see kind of one of the shirts. So this is the octopus shirt. This is designed by Marco. So I also I'll have several different ones from Bixmaster also available. So she submitted 4 t-shirt designs that were amazing. So we will have those shirts available. We'll have the Octo shirt. There's a hoodie version of this. And yeah, if you are a metagame player, there's also a free sticker pack. So I suggest that if you want some free stickers, just drop your information in the type form for the sticker pack and meta merch, and we'll get you your sticker pack too.
There's some pretty cool stickers in there too. Did you make all those?
No, actually, Sad Birds Club. My wife made them.
Awesome.
Yeah, she's really gifted at the print art.
Very cool. Well, I think that we have Kris that's going to jump in Jitsi here if he has a second. I would like to add some music as a background here. No dead air. No dead air.
Yeah, I can keep going.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
Sure. So some of the other things that I'm really looking forward to today is the panel. So I'm looking forward to being on that later. I'm gonna try and ask some important questions and see if I can get us all talking about some things that would help define who we are. Hello, how's it going?
Hey, pretty good. Sorry, it took me a little while to get in here.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for joining us. So I'm gonna turn the floor over. This is Kris, I believe. Yes.
You bet. I just have to sort out how to share my screen here.
You also
So
got
it
an
should be in your
echo.
phone.
You have an echo coming on my side. I don't know if that. Are you hearing that echo, Penguin?
I do not hear the echo.
Okay. Well, guess you're fine, Kris.
All right. Well, if it becomes an issue later, let me know, and we'll see if we can sort it out. Yeah. Right now, I'm just seeing my own screen, but I need to. Here we go. All right. Go deep into the vortex there. All right. So basically today, what I'd like to talk about is just a little bit on, social aspects of the crypto space, and why you should believe in your community. Can you guys see my presentation screen there?
Yep.
Perfect. All right. So first, we'll give you just a little bit about myself. I'm a crypto social researcher. I previously spent a couple years out on the east part of Canada doing my master's research on crypto and communities, basically looking at different communities in the crypto space, why people were involved, where they were, what kind of the ideals of those projects were, and maybe why people were involved, if it was that they believed in specific things or that kind of thing. So that's kind of where this whole thing about looking at the social lens and the social side of crypto for me started. So my background is in surveillance studies and sociology, as well as new media studies. I also helped a bit with radical exchange and marketing DAO a bit. And right now I'm working with communications with the Common Stack. I also help with community with Keep Network. I'm also a volunteer with MetaGame and Don't Buy Meme. So a little bit, just a whirlwind tour of what I'm planning to talk about a little bit today. Going to go a little bit over the idea of prefigurative space, prefigurative politics, and the power of that. Why community is powerful, how to build some community, how does that all fit into metagame, and then basically building on your conviction. So what is prefigurative practice? So prefigurative practice, it's basically a concept where you create a new system outside of the traditional system that you currently live in. You create a new system that has the characteristics that you want outside of the system that you're living in, and you use it until use it and or live it until either it becomes the main system or it forces the traditional system to adopt the same characteristics as this prefigurative system that you've created. It's also kind of a form of the free market ideas and competition applied to a cultural space. So being able to go out and create something that we all really respect and really want to be a part of. If we all start building that, and it truly is something that's better and more beneficial for people, and more people keep joining, it becomes impossible to ignore it. So to me, having looked at this space and explored it for a few years now, the blockchain development space, to me, I think still does have that prefigurative quality. So I think we're also on the very edge of having some powerful traditional and institutional power working to co-opt the benefits of this tech, and for the continued pursuit of their own gains. So, for example, IBM or Microsoft, major companies that are coming in and utilizing the tech to some extent, but maybe not necessarily in the same ways that many of us would on an individual basis. So for those of us who have very strong values and convictions for what we're building outside of the traditional powers, many of those values, many that are values and convictions, that those same powers have quashed in the systems that we are forced to use every day. So, for example, privacy. A lot of people moved into Bitcoin, for example, for privacy reasons. They wanted to have some more financial privacy. They wanted to maybe support causes that maybe they didn't want others to know about, different things like that. And those things are reasons for leaving the system because, for example, all of our social media and that kind of thing, there's not a whole lot of privacy on the web today. Particularly, again, with like surveillance capitalism and a lot of ad targeting and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's not a really a great way forward to have built the system, and then immediately upon gaining wider acceptance, we become co-opted in yet another extension of the current system. So basically, I put here a little bit of a description of how you would describe the blockchain space as a prefigurative space. So you can kind of see that we're creating a new system based around some of our ideals and values, whether that's a specific project in the space or say Bitcoin or Ethereum or another platform more broadly. Generally, there's some ideas and values in the space. A lot of the time that we're building here, we focus a bit on horizontal power distribution. So making sure that the systems it isn't the same hierarchical system that we've been building in the past. And another example of this is DeFi. And I tried to give some antithesis basically to give you guys an illustration of basically what prefigurative practice wouldn't be. So if you're really only into crypto just to cash it out again for fiat, and that's your express purpose, like that's not really prefigurative practice. That's not really getting into it for the reason of making a change or something like that. So then, and part of prefigurative practice is not only theorizing and being involved for those reasons, but also living that practice. So for example, some examples I gave here, using DeFi for good. So supporting other projects, open source or commons funding, things like that, being able to use your gains to help communities, different things like that. Community funding, Gitcoin grants, the concept of regenerative finance. And then again, if we talk about living the system, the antithesis of living a prefigurative practice in this space would be pump and dumps or rug pulls. And you can kind of see like most of the ideas of prefigurative practice, if you connect them with community, you see that that's really a big connector. When you look at pump and dumps and rug pulls, there's really not that community element to what they're doing there. So basically, just to give a little, just a quick little chart. So in practice, prefigurative practice looks a little bit like this. It's obviously not so neat, but this is the general concept, is that there's a cultural build. You kind of all come together, decide the values, decide the what you're really building this for. The second step is then you create that new community around the cultural build, and you exit the old system if or when possible. Some of the theoretical concepts that talk about this, one that I found very interesting and very close, is from some Australian researchers, and their idea is called the theory of non-territorial exit. So if you guys are interested in that concept, it's some keywords there for you. But basically, it's a way of not geographically leaving an area, but essentially opting out of a system while still remaining in the same territory. So yeah, basically, that second step is really just to initialize and create that community around your ideals. Recruit people that are that agree with you. Find people that just are into the same things, all that kind of thing. Step 3 is that you've built the system now. You're starting to build its power. You're starting to build its influence, that kind of thing. And then step 4 is that your system has now become so powerful, so large, so influential, whatever the case is, that the old system no longer can ignore it. So they have to take it into account, either in adopting some of the characteristics or getting in on it somehow. So yeah, the community is really powerful. It's something that folks don't necessarily, especially in the traditional spaces, don't really take into account. That really there should be some strong community management, and there should be some strong community engagement if you want to be successful in these kinds of things. And you can see the power in community in a lot of different things that are happening or have happened around the space. So for example, the community fork of Steemit to Hive. So Justin Sun bought the Steemit fork, or bought the Steemit project, bought the token, and the community really didn't like that. There's a lot of controversy about specific validators getting slashed or not having their token released, or different things like that. And so the community forked itself. They took the whole blockchain, they made a fork of it, and they followed their own and created Hive. The metagame seeds, what we are talking about here in this community. The work that we're doing is generally remunerated in seeds after it's been done. So really, all the seeds that are in existence are for work that's already been done, which is an interesting concept, where we've all come together in this community with not necessarily any means of or guarantees of specific income, but we're getting a lot of stuff done, and really it's the community, and to some extent, I guess, the seeds that are that are an incentive to that. So really powerful stuff there. There's DAO to DAO research. I know Jeff, I'm not sure if Jeff is going to be talking about that right now, but there's a lot of Common Stack folks that are going to be talking kind of similar concepts of DAO to DAO, the possibilities of DAO to DAO research, and the excitement there. The degen meme to the meme token. So essentially, the whole meme token emerged out of the community, out of a meme, if you want to go that far. And basically, they got together, they created that cultural build in the group, and they wanted to do democratic art farming. So it's one of the concepts that the team is really interested in is how to make more scarce art more democratically accessible to more people. So that's one of the things that they've tried to do. I'm also involved with the Keep project. We're in the process of doing a DAO merger with the new Cypher team, or sorry, with the new Cypher community. But again, that is a whole merger that the teams have sort of suggested it behind the scenes. But the only way that it's going to pass is if both communities vote and ratify it. And then a couple new projects that are just starting, the Proof of Humanity UBI project from Democracy Earth, and Proof of DAO participation. So you can see all of these types of communities are choosing to reward their users in different ways, but and have certainly different values involved with each project, but they're all very powerful in different ways. So both the critics and the believers in the system are right. That part of what makes something valuable, especially in the crypto space, is a group of people accepting it as valuable. So it's to some extent a spiritual or religious thing or a belief. And I think that many people come into the space not really seeing what it is, and making that comment as a critique that it's some sort of a religion. And really, in many ways, it does have religious qualities. The crypto space, yeah, some argue it is a religion to an extent, not necessarily maybe in the spiritual sense, but certainly in some of the ways that it behaves and has power. So we'll move on from this. So how do you build a community? So there's a few different ways, a few different approaches that folks have gone about building communities. So some of them, I chose to classify a couple different ways here, only really differentiated by the intensivity of either capital in use or labor, more from the ability to opt in on the community side. So if you want to join the community, is it labor intensive? Is it capital intensive? Is it something else? So you can see that, for example, the Uniswap drop, it was more labor intensive, because the only way you could really, I mean, I suppose you could argue that LP providers also got additional rewards, but the airdrop, really, you qualified for it if you interacted with their system. So they were rewarding for general simple participation. With Gitcoin and, for example, Playing for Keeps, which was an incentivized testnet that Keep ran, it's more labor intensive. So they're rewarding builders. They're either doing bounty programs. Gitcoin, I suppose, has the grant program to give in advance, but it's still rewarding builders for either proposing or building something. So stakes.social, I'm not sure if you guys have heard this of this project, but it's quite a cool project. It's basically DeFi, but instead of the staker taking all of the rewards are split up between an open source project and the staker. So both come away with some increased interest in the project, which is a pretty cool way to support open source development, in my opinion. Again, we talked about Meme a little bit before, but it was early participation and built entirely with community. So that one's hard to say. It's probably more labor intensive just to get into the community. And then you see in the case with yield farms and liquidity mining, it's much more capital intensive. So you require capital input in order to buy into and provide token liquidity. So you need, for example, if you're trying to get into a Uniswap pool, you have to have the same amount of that token in ETH or whatever the second token is. And I mean, to some extent, people just that's a barrier for entry. So really, when you're building the community, one of the things you really should think about after you've kind of sorted out why you want to build the new community is, do you want to target a specific user set? So for example, builders, or do you need to have major capital in order to join a community? Like, do you guys want people to be blocked if they don't have enough capital, essentially? So, and then consider whether this is a structure that we want to foster moving forward. So, and so how does this relate to metagame? So I took, again, the two headings from the prefigurative practice slide. And yeah, we're creating a new system and we're living the new system here in metagame. And it's something that's really exciting. It's something that I was really interested in seeing when I first joined the metagame, which was back in late 2019, I think. So I'm pretty old in this Discord channel, I guess. But yeah, just saw a lot of the opportunity that I had been researching essentially in my master's thesis, and I saw Peter really building this in MetaGame. So that was really my my signal to get involved and really start helping in creating this new system. So we've been working to build a community of people who want to see strong community outcomes. So it's kind of a rising tide raises all boats sort of outlook to how we're building the space. We want it to be a place for conversations to happen about many things in larger communities. We want it to be a meeting place for people that are building things. And I've heard this described in some of our podcasts with other external guests as well, but that metagame is really a gamified onboarding to the crypto space. And I think that's really true, particularly because, for example, in living the system, it's there's many active participants from many major projects. It is a huge meeting space for many different projects in the space. It's a meeting point for DAO to DAO interaction and engagement. There's so much we can do with the metagame that is, and I'm really only speaking to the social side of things. There's many technical things that we can get done with the metagame as well. But for me, although I see those technical possibilities, they excite me more in that they will facilitate a lot of these social things. And that's one of the things that I'm really quite surprised sometimes in this space, is that the social aspects of this often become ignored in favor of analysis of capital, or looking at gains in terms of fiat only or things like that. So I think there's a lot of value to basically considering the social aspect in all of these spaces and projects, and projects that do take that time. I think the community generally rewards them for taking that time and really putting thought into that process. So again, if we think about metagame in terms of a prefigurative space, we're living the system using seeds. They're as I said before, they're based on work already done, value already added, and they're not minted before that happens. So they're really based on work that's already been contributed, which is an interesting flip on some of the ways tokens are distributed these days. And it's a social community focused on mutual building and successes. So we're all trying to build this together. We're all trying to make this happen and build something that's cooler than what it was yesterday. So a couple of thoughts just to leave you with, just to wrap this up. The only thing worse than not being able to build the future you want is being forced to build the one you want to avoid. So really, I'd implore us all to consider the projects that we are involved in, consider the things that we're building, and really build what you believe in. There's nothing, like I said, nothing worse than being forced to build something you don't want to exist. So build your conviction. This space is uniquely bizarre and open. It's a great space. Be yourself and be a part of building the future you want to live in. And yeah, that's the presentation that I put together today. I'm happy to take any questions. There's a little bit of contact info for me. You guys can get at me on Discord, get at me on Twitter. You can read I've been working to move some of my thesis writing into more accessible Medium posts. So if you're interested in that, there's my Medium publication URL. And yeah, I mean, most of my work is open source and freely available. If there's anything that you guys find, I know there's one article I published that has a paywall. So if you end up running into anything that you for some reason can't access, feel free to shoot me a message and I'll always provide it. So yeah, happy to take any questions if anyone has any questions or comments about the presentation or the content, and yeah, we can go from there.
Awesome, Kris, thank you. Right now, the one comment that we have was that was a very nice presentation from Friederingi. Right on. I enjoy everything that you said about MetaFEST. I really like your color scheme you got going here. It looks familiar. And I would follow up to say that towards the end there, you were saying what we're trying to build. And I think that one thing I've been concentrating on too is using the language in a way of like we are building.
We are building it. Exactly.
It is happening. And this is just another proof of that,
100%.
So yeah, thank you very much. I feel like that was very digestible, and you said a lot of things that just kind of broke it down for people that might not be, might be looking from afar and seeing it as some sort of spiritual, religious thing, which, like you said, it is. In a way, I mean, we're working hard because we believe in creating this world that we want to live in.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, like you said, I mean, framing is definitely important. We are building this. We're actively in it. So if there's anyone tuning in that hasn't been building, feel free, jump in, get involved.
Yeah, exactly. So we have a question from Alibite actually asking, how do we get those talented developers and builders out of the capitalistic hell and into crypto?
That's such a good question. I mean, yeah, really for me, it's a lot about really exploring the space and trying to figure out ways that you can translate the excitement into something that they understand. So, for example, I've been trying to explain the NFT space, for example, lately to some of my artist friends, and some of them they kind of get it, or they're like, oh yeah, you can do digital art kind of thing, and but like it makes so much more sense to them. They usually have some sort of a light bulb moment, especially when you talk to them about in the NFT space and artists specifically. If you talk about secondary sales being able to be tracked and having some income stream go back to the artist, or if you talk to them about crypto and having some amount of streaming revenue back to the artist as a form of continual patronage from some of their people who consume their art. So like those, really it's about translating the concepts that translate to the concepts that they know, and really describing them as something that they can't really do in the traditional system. So to me, that's one of the biggest ways of recruitment for people outside of the space, is really just explaining to them in their terms, the way that they understand the world, through their discipline, through their work, whatever it is. Just finding terms to translate that concepts that are exciting in that space for them. So, and then really being open to questions, especially for people that are new to the space. Lots of people just they find it very confusing, and it's hard to really just delve into immediately. So just being available too for questions. I think those are kind of the most important things you can do to kind of recruit people. Again, that kind of assumes that you have contact with them. It's not necessarily a broad recruitment tool, but right. I think that's probably the most effective.
Yeah, I feel like onboarding is a constant puzzle that we're all figuring out, right? Like how to keep people engaged and do it properly, and direct people along the right learning curves, and keep everyone interested and moving forward, and not get discouraged because it's such an overwhelming atmosphere ecosystem.
Yep. And I know Jess is going to give some talk in a little bit here, but I think she's talking about regenerative finance, or I believe we'll talk about regenerative finance, which again is something that I think is really reshaping the way that we consider economics, and is really going to be it's really part of that prefigurative space that we're really out here building something different. So really excited about the things that we're all building here. There's no more exciting space that I'd rather be involved in.
Me neither. Thank you so much. And I think we'll wrap it up. You had a quote on
Sounds
there
great.
about being forced to build the future that you don't want.
You bet.
So let's not do that anymore.
Build what you believe in. Yeah, don't build what you don't want to come to fruition. Don't waste your
Wonderful.
time.
Well, thank you
All
so
right,
much,
thanks,
Kris.
guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, have a great day.
You too.
Up next, we're going to have mprime talking about an intro to consensus. mprime, are you around?
I am here. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I can hear you. I can see you.
Wonderful. So, hello everyone. This talk was not supposed to be on the schedule, and last minute shakeup. It's still here, so I'm winging it. So no slides, nothing else, but I think I can handle it for 10-15 minutes. And consensus is something that is at the very core. It's a technical topic, but it's at the very core of blockchain and distributed systems in general. It's similar to, I don't know, physics, gravity, or friction. It's really, really core part of the universe. And we don't deal with it every day because the blockchain takes care of us, takes care of the problem for us. In fact, you can think of the blockchain as a layer that hides the consensus from you and solves it for you and gives you a layer of incentive for a large number of people to collectively solve consensus, and you can build on top of it. But let's look under that layer of abstraction to what actually consensus is. So this was my topic of master thesis over 10 years ago. So I'm a little rusty, but let's try to do this. So the way consensus is generally explained first is with the two generals problem. And let's play this game. So you have two generals, and they basically want to storm a castle. And right now, the two generals are hiding on two different sides of the castle. This general came north, and he's hiding in the hills. This other general is hiding in the forest. So here's the tricky thing. They need to attack at the same time. If they attack separately, they will be slaughtered, and the castle will stand up. If they attack at the same time, they will win, okay? So how do we get those two generals to attack at the same time? Well, they're hidden. They cannot just shout out to each other. So they could do something like send each other messenger pigeons. Now I'm gonna do a very bad attempt to draw a bird.
I can only see your right generals.
I thought I marked the board well. Ooh. How about this?
That's perfect. There we go.
So yeah, so let's say we have a messenger pigeon, and general 1 sends a messenger pigeon to general 2, and it says, let's attack at midnight tonight. That seems to work, but what if the pigeon gets lost? Then the first general will attack, the second one never received the message, so it won't attack, and the first general dies, and we're screwed. So we can play this game with pigeons and say, okay, the first general sends a pigeon, the second general responds with a different pigeon, but you could say that the second pigeon gets lost. And so general 2 attacks, general 1 didn't receive the read receipt, it won't attack, it will die. You basically, relatively easy, can add and add and add pigeons, but you won't solve the problem because basically one of the pigeon gets lost, you're screwed. And it doesn't even change if you add more pigeons. So this general could send 100 pigeons, but like the rules of the game are now, it's basically an impossible problem. You cannot guarantee that the two generals at the moment of attacking will agree on whether to attack or not. And this is the fundamental law of the universe in distributed systems. You cannot agree on the value of a certain thing at a certain moment in time. Just to prove this even more, let's forget about pigeon. Let's give our generals iMessage. So you send messages every day with people, and you might think, oh, if they just had iMessage, they would not have this problem. But iMessage is in fact as reliable as pigeons, meaning it's a lot more reliable, it's a lot faster, but there's no guarantee that a message will get to the other end within a given time. Just imagine your other general dropped his phone in the toilet, boom, message is not delivered. You know, there's an infinity of situations where a message can be lost or arbitrarily delayed. So this is an impossible problem. And if we translate this problem into the computer domain, we have a pretty grim result, which is if you take two computers and you try to make them agree on the value of a single bit at any moment in time, you can't. It's impossible. If you try to say, hey, these two computers at 5 o'clock today, they will agree whether this bit value is 1 or 0, there is simply no way to guarantee that that will be the case. You might be lucky and be right and let them, they will be able to agree on it 99.9% of the cases, but there's no protocol that guarantees that they will. And so this seems hopeless. We cannot even get two computers to agree on the value of a single bit. That seems like it doesn't fit with the reality that we have today, where we use computers to do everything. And so there's two forks in the road here. The impossibility result stays, but we can take two approaches. One is the probabilistic approach. So maybe we don't have a protocol that mathematically guarantees that two computers or two people can agree, but we can build a protocol where we're 99.999% sure that the two will agree. So this is, for example, the approach taken with, I don't know, online real-time video games. So you cannot guarantee that your message of I hit this other player will be delivered in time and received and processed by the rest of the players. But guaranteeing that most of the time the message is delivered is good enough. Because what's the worst that can happen? Somebody that doesn't get hit, or somebody get hit a little bit later, you have a little bit of lag. In this kind of system, it's fine. And it's the same for iMessage. You cannot consistently deliver and guarantee that your message will be delivered within X seconds, but for most of the time it's fine. Eventually the message is going to get to the other end and you can talk to people pretty reliably. So this is a probabilistic solution though, and it's not good enough for banks, for example. You cannot say, I guarantee that 99.99 of the time your transaction will go through, but 0.1% of the time, your money will be lost in transit. That's absolutely not acceptable for a bank. And same thing for blockchain. Imagine that 0.1% of your transaction gets lost. The money or the token gets removed from your account, but doesn't get added to the other account. If you have 10 million transactions per day, that's a huge number of things that you lost into the void. And that's absolutely not acceptable. So for this kind of system, the probabilistic approach does not work. We need something much stronger. And so in this domain, we basically decide to solve this problem by giving up the time guarantees. So the two generals cannot agree on attacking at midnight. Let's relax the midnight requirement. Let's stop to act at the same time and instead decide that eventually the two generals will agree on what to do. And so this brings us into the world of eventual consistency, where we stop trying to agree on the value of a bit at a given time, and instead we try to agree on the value of the bit and the subsequent value of a bit in the same order. So we don't try to control when we're going to see the value, but we know that we were going to see same value that everybody else is seeing eventually. For example, when our internet is back up, or when the phone is taken out of the toilet and dried up and works again, then we will receive the messages that we missed during the time we were offline. So nobody can say, I delivered that message to you within a certain at a certain time, but eventually we will see all the messages that everyone else is seeing. And so this kind of approach to solving consensus, again, eventual consistency, there are different ways to approach it, but it's the path taken by blockchain for the most part. Blockchain, what it does is basically called distributed or replicated state machine approach, where you have a computer somewhere, it starts with an empty state. You have a different computer somewhere else starting with empty state. These are all of your nodes. And what we guarantee is that we will send the same set of updates in the same order to all of these computers. So at any moment in time, they might not be at the same transaction, but they will go through the same exact sequence of steps. And therefore, if you give it enough time, they will all reach the same end state. And yeah, this is the path taken by, for example, Ethereum or other blockchains, where not all of them, but the one that have a general centralized public ledger that everybody's interacting on the same ledger. All the nodes see the same sequence of steps. Now, Ethereum 2 is running into obvious scalability problem with this approach, and this is what the sharding is going to do. So you don't have a complete replica of the entire blockchain on every node. You can start sharding, and now you need rules of consistency between shards, but it's still pretty similar. And so going back to the beginning, we couldn't solve the two general problem, and this was the easy version. If you introduce Byzantine generals, meaning generals that are actually enemies in disguise, it gets a lot more complex. But at least we came up with a scheme so that we can guarantee that given enough time, all of us will see the same state of the system. And this is the basis upon which blockchain is built, because we all see the same system. It's like a giant public database. We can interact with it and transfer things and do things and coordinate. And I'm gonna wrap it up here.
That's wonderful. I love your little your makeshift drawings. It was very useful. You didn't need slides. The whiteboard worked just well. Oh, it was perfect. It was very educational.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. He's like, no questions asked. Up next, we have Giveth with Willy. Willy, are you all ready to go?
I was born ready for this, Tommy. What's up, y'all?
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and start, you can start. I also have a few projects loaded and ready to share screen if we want to show some afterwards. Or...
Sweet, thanks. Yeah, I would love to show some of these projects afterwards if we have time. I'll try and move through this story as quickly as I can. Yeah, let me share my screen.
And if you could have a picture-in-picture with your face too, that would be great.
Yeah, how can I? Is that happening right now?
Press the camera again.
Oh, there we go. Okay, is that working?
Yep. Perfect.
Cool.
Thank you.
Right. Let me find my slides. They were just here a second ago. All right. What's up, everybody? Hope you're having an excellent MetaFest so far. My name is Willy Ogrzali, and I'm here to tell you about the past, present, and future of Giveth. For those of you that don't know, Giveth is a decentralized community dedicated to building the future of giving. We've got a lot to cover today, so let's dive right into it. So the problem that we're trying to solve at Giveth is the fact that every year over $400 billion gets donated to nonprofits, just in the US alone. But how many problems actually get solved? And where does all that money even go? The question we want to ask is, what if perhaps these charities don't actually have what it takes to solve some of the biggest problems that we face as humanity? And the answer is, we're fucked. So that's the question that keeps a lot of us up at night, and that's why we're so excited to be working together, building the future of giving. So at Giveth, our mission is to make giving effective and transparent. And today I want to talk about our current status, show you guys a preview of this new version of Giveth that we just soft launched. You guys will be some of the first people to see it. And but before we go into that and talk about our current status and what's to come, I want to pay homage to the amazing history that Giveth has. And we'll try and run through it quickly. So this is just a very condensed version of all of Giveth's amazing story. So it all started back in 2016 when Giveth was born like a phoenix rising from the ashes of the DAO. And it was started by these amazing individuals you see pictured here. And in 2017, Giveth soft launched and announced what they were working on and deployed the first set of smart contracts. And Giveth was one of the first dApps ever. So it's actually responsible for some of the foundational smart contracts that have been used in a number of projects since then. And throughout 2016 and 2017, there was a lot of hacking, lots of building and bug squashing and contract optimization going on. And towards the end of 2017 in December, Giveth was ready for the big launch, the official public launch. But unfortunately, as we all know, CryptoKitties happened and gas fees went absolutely insane. So at the time, these gas prices of 20 Gwei, which seems so low now, but that was high at the time. And even at those gas prices, you can see how these actions like creating a campaign or donating to a project were all really expensive. It cost a lot of ETH. All of these same actions would be an order of magnitude more expensive today. So yeah, unfortunately, even though the smart contracts worked, it was prohibitively expensive to use Giveth. So the Giveth crew is an optimistic bunch, and they were determined to come up with a solution. So they started the Scaling Now effort to help solve scaling now. And this was basically a series of YouTube interviews as well as a conference in Barcelona with other projects who were struggling with these same scaling challenges, trying to come up with a solution to this. And the conclusion of these was that sidechains were the best foreseeable scaling solution, but unfortunately just weren't quite ready yet. So Giveth did partner with the POA network to launch XDAI to support scaling. But at the time, there was still critical infrastructure missing, and it wasn't ready for Giveth to port over to XDAI. So the community agreed that the best currently available solution was to retreat back to the testnet, specifically Rinkeby. Shout out to Peter Chalagi, who built a proof of concept bridge between Rinkeby and mainnet for Giveth. And fun fact, Giveth was actually the first implementation of a bridge used in production. And this is an overview of the solution the Giveth team came up with. And without going too deep into the weeds here, you can see that all the donations stay on mainnet, but these expensive smart contract interactions can all happen on Rinkeby, where it's effectively free. This is a really smart solution, super simple. It's actually still in being used today on beta.giveth.io, which we've since rebranded to Giveth Trace. And it's operating right now. So if you go to Giveth Trace right now, there are some awesome projects you can donate to, or you can create a campaign on Rinkeby, and it's basically free. And the donations will stay on mainnet until they're ready to be paid out. And as an added bonus, Giveth actually covers the gas costs to send out the donations on mainnet when you're ready to disperse them. So fast forward to May 2019, many of the initial contributors to Giveth at this point had moved on to work on solutions to these scaling challenges or other amazing projects in the space. And Giveth also partnered with Block Science around this time to launch Common Stack, which many of you are familiar with. Common Stack is primarily focused on forwarding the discipline of token engineering, and is also really well aligned with Giveth's mission of realigning incentives around public goods. And for the next, until present day, from May 2019, Giveth basically was operating in maintenance mode. Not really focused on new features or even accepting new projects, but more just focused on supporting the existing projects and squashing bugs. Shout out to the Giveth unicorns that maintained Giveth throughout this period. Amin, Griff, Danny, Kai, as well as devs at Libre, Jorge, and Andre. Thank you guys for keeping Giveth running smoothly for these projects that depended on it. And also, more recently, this team has been growing. So Ashley and Hadi and others, Amin has been building out a team of developers and project managers. And they're not only maintaining Giveth, but now actually working on polishing it and adding some new functionality. So yeah, huge shout out to the original team of Giveth givers. These people are absolutely amazing, and it is thanks to them and the amazing foundation that they've built that we're able to continue building the future of giving today. And yeah, many of these people are still working on this latest version of Giveth, and those who aren't still working on it, it's because they're super busy working on other amazing things in the space. So thank you all. We're super grateful to be standing on your shoulders, building the future of giving. All right, so that's a quick overview of Giveth's history. Now we're going to dive into our current status and kind of how we got to this new version of Giveth. And this is where I get to enter the picture. I started working with Giveth just about a little over a year ago at Denver 2020. So when I participated in a hackathon with my friends Ian and Dylan on an impact project cause. So by 2020, I had been thinking about this problem for about 7 years, and I was fully focused on other projects the entire time. So when I first learned about Giveth at DevCon 2018 from Dande and Lorelei, I just immediately fell in love. The vision that they described to me was exactly this vision that I had been dreaming about for years. So I was so excited to hear that they were already working on it. I was working full-time, and I am working full-time at Shapeshift. So basically, I just dumped all my ideas for Giveth on them, and I knew it was in good hands. So I told them I'd follow along, and I wished them good luck. And then, as we know, several months later, Giveth ended up going into hiatus mode. So fast forward back to Denver 2020. I've been dreaming of this platform, but still nobody has built it. So I figured, this is such an important thing for humanity to build, but no one's built it. Here we have this hackathon, and a lot of these Legos have come to fruition. So things like stable coins and on-ramps, fiat on-ramps, as well as the ability to generate yield on stable coins had all become a reality by Denver 2020. So I figured, let's just hack together a quick prototype and share it with the world and see what people think, see if this idea really has legs. And sure enough, people really liked it. So we were lucky to win first place at the impact track at Denver. We won a handful of bounties, and we got great feedback from the community. A lot of people that were part of MetaFam and MetaCartel gave us some great support. And we committed to basically taking all the winnings from Denver and reinvesting that in building this future of giving. It was also at Denver 2020 that I finally met Griff. And Griff was one of our judges for the hackathon, and he was really excited about what we had built. And he basically planted the seed at Denver that, if we were going to continue building Cause, which had a very similar vision to Giveth, maybe we should consider just joining forces with Giveth and building Cause as kind of the new version of Giveth. So huge shout out to Griff Green. I am such a big Griff Green fan. I'm sure many of you guys are as well. He is just such a hardworking and generous individual, and he owes so much. He deserves so much praise for making Giveth possible and for where we are today. So I just wanted to pause here and give a huge shout out to Griff Green. Thank you, sir. So after Denver 2020, we're continuing to work on Cause. Coronavirus happened, and we figured, why don't we take this MVP that we built at Denver, and the whole purpose of this MVP was that you could create a page like this for any cause. So we said, what better cause than coronavirus? Let's use this opportunity to both support fighting COVID and also validate this concept. So in production. So we enable people to get free yoga and donate to the COVID cause, and then also enable the crowd to allocate the donations to different projects that were fighting coronavirus, or submit new ideas for projects that should receive the donations. And it worked really well. So around this time too, Danny, James, Marco, Kai, and Cam had all joined kind of this project, and Cause and Giveth officially united and became one. So what we started working on after that MVP was validated was the next evolution of Giveth. And the main, and I'm about to show that to you guys here in a second with a live demo. I wanted to give you an overview of what we were focused on with this new version. So to keep it simple, for the MVP, we obviously have a ton of ideas for features we want to build beyond this, but we needed to start somewhere. We wanted to start at a really simple version focused on these three things. So first, we wanted to enable anyone, anywhere in the world to start raising donations in minutes without the need of a bank account. We also wanted to enable donors, that were looking for projects or causes, to have the best experience for donating with no account needed, no added fees. And third, we believe that this future of giving must be free, open source, and decentralized. So without further ado, why don't we check this out? It's with great pleasure that I present to you guys this new version of Giveth. The first thing you'll notice is that it's really simple and it's really beautiful. Shout out to Marco for the UI UX for this. Didn't mean to click that. As you can see, it's really user-friendly and just beautiful. So there's a couple things that you can do here on Giveth. you can either donate or start raising funds for your own project. If you want to donate, you can check out all these different project profiles. And then once you found the project you want to donate to, you will select the amount that you want to donate. Let's do 0.01 ETH. Also, we have support for XDAI. So if you're on XDAI network, you'll see XDAI and some XDAI tokens so you can donate. You can donate from any wallet, or we have Onboard.js for direct wallet integration. That's a Block native open source product. So I'm going to donate with MetaMask, and you can see the donations in progress. We're really excited about enabling people to donate to projects using their debit or credit card too. And we actually had integrated Stripe, and had a beautiful Stripe integration where projects could connect a bank account if they wanted to, and donors could donate with the debit card if they wanted to. But unfortunately, when Stripe figured out exactly what we were doing, they closed our account. So we're still exploring alternative solutions so that we can enable people to donate with fiat. But for now, that project has been removed from this first version, that feature. So let's see. Right. Let's see if it's confirmed over here now. Oh man. Well, there's this beautiful confetti explosion that happens when you donate. I really wanted you guys to see that confetti explosion, but I don't want to spend this whole talk waiting for transactions to confirm on Rothstein. And it's on Rothstein right now because we're on staging. But maybe I'll just leave this tab open so that we can help you with that. Because I really want you guys to see that confetti. It's beautiful. So, what'd you say?
I was just saying we have to see the confetti in the high five.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for stalling me. There's the confetti. And as you can see, there's no account required to donate, which is awesome. So it's super simple. That's the first version. It's just going to get better from here. You can share on social, and you can register an account if you do want to actually keep track of all your donations. So it's that easy. Then another thing you can do once you've created an account is you can create a project. So I'm going to sign out of this account because I want to show you guys something cool that we're doing here. So for signing in, right now we give users the option of MetaMask and Taurus, but you will only see this option if you already have a MetaMask wallet installed. Because we recognize that a lot of people who want to raise funds on Giveth probably already have a wallet. So we don't want to push you to create a new wallet. We also wanted to make this easy for somebody who doesn't even really have any crypto background. So we implemented Taurus. So if you don't have MetaMask installed and you click sign in, we will just default you to Taurus, which is really awesome because instead of having to understand mnemonic phrases, you can just sign in with any of these OAuth providers, Google, Facebook, Twitter, Discord, a bunch of others, or with email. I'm going to use Twitter. And then Taurus will actually create a wallet for you. So it's still non-custodial and you can back it up, but it's no longer that hurdle or barrier of having to understand all this stuff about crypto just to get started. So signed in with Taurus. I'm going to confirm in the Taurus wallet that I do want to sign in. And we're in. And now we're going to go through the flow of creating a project, which I promise just takes a couple minutes, even less really. So we're going to name our project. Let's do MetaFEST. And then you add the admin for the project. Do Dr. Octopus. You can do a quick project description. And if you need help, we have a guide on how to write a great project description. Then you choose the categories that your project aligns with. You select a location, which can be a city, a country, a state, or you can select if your project has a global impact, which we will do. And then you select an image. And this can be any image, or if you don't have one, you can select one from our gallery. Then you set your Ethereum address that you want to receive donations. This will be auto-populated with your Taurus or your MetaMask wallet, whichever wallet you sign in with, but you can only have one project per donation address. So I've already used most of my addresses, so I grabbed a new one. Let's see if we can find another one here. Thought that would work. Let's see. Let's try. Let's see.
We're at 30, just to let you know.
Oh, perfect. Well,
Thank you.
That's it.
Have fun.
Project's published and ready to raise funds. That's how easy it is to publish a project and start raising funds on Giveth. If any of you guys know any awesome social good projects that would be interested in accepting crypto donations with no added fees, please send them to the new version of Giveth that just launched. We're hoping to get some more projects on there and squash the final couple bugs before we do the big public launch to the world.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Willy. And we already have a few metagamers that have some projects up there right now. So everybody else join. Hi, Jessica.
Hey guys, that was awesome. I love Giveth. I actually was working with Giveth a couple of years ago, and I'm with Team Grip Green, but on the commons stack and token engineering commons side. But it's amazing to see what's happened over the last few years and where you guys have brought this. So it's fantastic. I can't wait to go check it out a little more deeply.
Thanks, Jessica. It means so much coming from you. And yeah, I've definitely seen some blog posts from you in the original Giveth days.
The one thing I missed from your presentation, Willy, is your unicorn hat.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot to do it. I took a break from real work to come over here, and I wish I'd remembered that unicorn horn. We'll get it next time.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Talk to you soon.
See you soon.
Hey, Jessica.
Hi, Tommy. Nice to put a face to a Telegram handle. How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Are you all ready to go?
As ready as I'll be. Anyway, thanks so much for inviting me to share. I really appreciate the opportunity. Oh no.
Yeah, I
An
heard
audio
too.
buzz.
Yeah, you have a little bit of feedback going on.
Is that any better?
Yeah, it's worse.
Oh no. I could bring my other headphones. I might have a bit of background noise, but can you guys hear me okay?
That's a lot better, yeah.
Okay, great. We'll go with that. I'll just crank my volume.
And then when you're sharing your screen, if you can keep your picture, your face, picture in picture, that'd be great.
I'll give it a try. Has been a while since I've used Jitsi. Okay, how's that?
I can see your screen.
Okay, that's good. You can? Good to roll? Okay. Oh, okay, sure. I'm gonna share the screen maybe. Okay, that hopefully worked. Anyhow, I guess I'll jump in because I'm not quite sure how long that this is gonna go, but I'm Jessica Zartler with the Common Stack and Token Engineering Commons and also the Token Engineering community. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to share today. And in token engineering, we're looking at token ecosystem design through the lens of ethics and also through engineering, which is validating designs. But today I'm actually going to bring in some influences and talk about the need to, as well in this new emerging discipline, to look at bringing in not only science and ethics, but also philosophy and spirituality, or maybe a better phrase, because that's a bit loaded, is consciousness. So I'm going to jump right in here. You can see, I'm not sure if you could hear, but this classic scene in Space Odyssey 2001, where the ape finds this bone and uses it as a tool. So this is kind of like representative of the beginning of technology. So jump ahead a bit, and here we are. Some of you may have seen this meme. Oh, I should probably be presenting. Some of you may have seen this meme. So millions of years of evolution, and how evolved are we really? And looking at the wide context of evolution and where we are in developing technology. So the past 100 years have been one of the biggest and fastest leaps in technological evolution, and something we can look at and just see how fast it moves. In 1911, there was a cartoon about video chatting. And then in 1960, of course, the Jetsons. 89 still seemed a bit far away. And in 2005, here we are. We have Skype, And right now I'm on video call. So VIP was actually invented in the 1970s, but video calling didn't really become popular until 2005. But of course, with conveniences, with this new technology, it is like Pandora's box. It often creates more problems, and really, really big ones. Big ones. So, of course, the unintended consequences when we're developing technology, and no matter how good our intentions are, we have to deal with this. But of course, Steve Jobs, he invented, the iPhone. He didn't realize some of the negative aspects of what that would create. And looking at Bitcoin, 30 countries in the world only consume more electricity than Bitcoin, and about 50% of the network is controlled by 2 mining pools. So is this what Satoshi envisioned? Is this what he really wanted when he created this technology? So of course, over the last 30 years, we've seen, we have this powerful new tool, but how are we using it? And it's been just gamifying greed, dopamine hits, keeping the hamster wheels running. These algorithms are, customized to us, but what are we really creating here? We still have, issues with the environment, very extractive systems. So we have this fantastic technology, but we're still not harnessing it to solve some of the biggest issues of our time, to feed people, to make sure we have environmental sustainability. So how are we really using this? Are we being further enslaved or liberated? How are we programming this technology to program us, in a sense? I used to work in marketing for a little while, and you see a lot of these kind of graphs, and I think we still have this terminology that we all use around users, which actually, if you look it up in the dictionary, basically is like a drug user. So even the language that we use is kind of unhealthy, and it's pretty dysfunctional if you think about it. And I always thought these things just kind of looked like flushing people down the toilet. So why and how do we keep creating extractive systems? Why are we not able to program systems that are financially inclusive? Why, in a world where there is enough and we have all this abundance of resources, or at least we used to, why are we still creating systems that create scarcity? Why do we keep doing the same things over and over and over and over? So a little about me and patterns. I grew up here in Florida. It's a pretty weird place. It's a bit of an anomaly where a lot of weird things come together. So I grew up right there where that location dot is, near NASA, Disney, and the KKK's headquarters. The only saving grace was manatees, luckily. But yeah, it was a pretty weird place to grow up. It was the convergence of a lot of different patterns, and a pretty strange place. So who am I? I'm a collection of experiences, of memory. I am a lot of just my genetics playing out and patterns, but some of this I'm consciously creating, or at least I think I am. I studied journalism and political science, and I was a teacher for some time, kindergarten teacher. I studied yoga, yogic philosophy, traveled around the world, and ended up down the crazy crypto rabbit hole. I've always been seeking for truth, for answers, always asking why. I grew up in a home, in a family we had alcoholism and mental health issues. And this made me kind of obsessed with patterns. Where do these patterns come from? And how can we break them? How can we deprogram some of this conditioning, this very deep rooted, even, it's in our DNA. How do we overcome this reactionary, unconscious behavior and programming? And how does that influence the systems and also the things that we create in our own lives? So I rode a bicycle across India, ashrams, silent retreats, encountered, people like Sadhguru, Eckhart Tolle, and just was coming up with more questions than answers, I guess. So looking at patterns, how to deprogram, how to reprogram, how do we break some of these very deep-rooted patterns? So this was something that I have been, even today, looking at in my own life every day. What is the input? that creates certain outputs, and what tiny little adjustments can I do to affect the things that I would like to see manifest, or the things that I would like to express in my life. And this led me to looking at and studying yoga philosophy, as I mentioned. So there's many paths of how to deprogram, how to look at reaction versus response. And thousands of years of yogic science and Indian philosophy says there's a word in Sanskrit called tapas, and it means to burn. So to kind of burn the seeds or get to the root. And svadhyaya means self-study. So I'm kind of looking and applying this lens in token engineering and in our token ecosystems of how do we get to the root of why these systems continue to operate the way that they do. So this came to me a few years ago, this term conscious decentralization. And what does that mean? It's the light of awareness. So conscious, most of us, I think we know what this means. It means aware, responding to one's surroundings, awake. Something done with awareness is something you bring into your kind of field of awareness, whereas something unconscious is reactionary, something maybe you could call programming. So right now, for example, gravity's operating. We're not really aware of it. Your body is maybe digesting lunch. You aren't really aware of it. Your feet are resting on the floor or the chair. Well, maybe now that I said feet and chair, you suddenly became aware of those things. So take a moment, if you can, and shift your awareness to your feet. And now shift awareness to your posture. How are you sitting? Does anything change when you become aware? When you start to bring these things to your awareness? Yes, there's a natural shift when you bring awareness to something. And we know in quantum physics, for those of you, I know you've heard of wave-particle duality and how light operates as both a particle and a wave. And when we observe something, there is a shift or a change. And I know this is a huge extrapolation to take, I am not a photon, but there is something to be said. And there's kind of, some common sense around when you shift your awareness or you bring something into your field of awareness, that there is a change and it does affect a change. And of course, this is still being deeply studied, but you get the sense here. So that was consciousness. Now, and conscious, let's talk about decentralization. So a lot of people say, yay, power to the people. But of course, with great power comes great responsibility, as Uncle Ben and many others have said. What does it really mean? It means responsibility to the people, which, doesn't really have the same ring, but that's what it really is power is also a responsibility. We have to take responsibility for the things around us. So I can walk down the street, I see a piece of garbage, I don't pick it up. But if I want to take responsibility for my surroundings, that's a different story. So with this power comes a great responsibility to each other. And you may have heard the story of Prometheus, a Greek myth of, it kind of represents the lone ranger and using knowledge and unintended consequences. So in order to wield this power, we have to do so responsibly. And what does that mean in token ecosystems? We must deeply understand what it is that these mechanisms can create. We need to really look deeply so that we can wield this power in a responsible way. We have to examine our hubris and light the way forward without getting burned by this new Promethean fire. So if you may have heard of these yogis and also some others who go up in the Himalayas, and there's sub-zero temperatures and they just do breathing exercises. They have that much mastery and control, consciousness, and they consciously and scientifically apply certain processes, certain breathing rhythms that they're able to raise their body temperature. So most people don't master their physical systems, have very little control over their physiological systems. And this affects so many different things, mental health, physical health. But there are ways to apply awareness and to apply science in order to overcome certain limitations or to overcome what is thought possible. So how do we do that in complex systems? How do we apply consciousness and science and certain processes in order to overcome these deeply rooted dysfunctional patterns in our socioeconomic systems? How is that even possible? Well, I'm not saying I have the answers, but I have a few ideas, and I would love to hear yours as well. So number one, I would say question everything, especially our belief systems and our assumptions. Look at the parameters, model and validate our designs. So certain things that we employ, certain mechanisms in the system have very, very clear outputs or effects or consequences. Then reprogramming value flows. I'm going to show you a few examples of that. And then the last part is looking at culture. So it's great we have all this technology, but unless we nurture the humans and we understand the humans who are creating this technology, what we carry will be embedded into our systems. So number one, question everything. When I was a kid, you you look at kids, they always ask, why? I was very much like that, and I carried that on into journalism. And I think a lot of this everybody here, if you're here right now, you're likely doing this as well. And you're kind of an anomaly because you didn't take the normal predictable path. And likely you have chosen to respond rather than react. And you have probably overridden kind of your own programming. Of course, there's so many great memes here. So always question. And Sean Connery says that. So as simple as ABQ, always be questioning, especially our assumptions. So this is a little joke here for all you algorithm creators out there. So yeah, we have to question our assumptions. We have to look at, for where are we creating? What lens are we looking through? Again, no shortage of memes here. There are different paradigms that we're operating from, different kind of colored glasses, you could think of it as. But there are tools out there that already exist to kind of look through this philosophical lens or questioning what is knowledge. And we can go really deep with this, but I want to make it practical. So when we're designing systems and looking at complex systems and engineering, we should be aware. And there's a tool called spiral dynamics, invented by a few fellows, one of whom was the one who came up with the term flow state. So this is different lenses that people look through, and they probably are not even aware of where they're thinking from. So for example, you can kind of think of it almost as like Maslow's hierarchy or chakras. So there's kind of this like survival level, and then all the way and green, it's more about, thinking about others, a society free from greed and selfishness. So it's not like we're in one place all the time. It's a spiral that's constantly kind of going up and down. We're at different times in the day. We're operating from these different places. So I think this is a little more realistic of what these lenses look like. Okay, so yeah, look and question where are we? What lens are we looking through? Where are we operating from? Are we kind of in our lower survival sense, or are we operating from, a place that's not rooted in ego, kind of looking at how to the highest good for everyone? Okay, so number two, look at the parameters, model and validate our designs. Here's where we get a little more concrete for those of you who might think this is a little philosophical for me. So token engineering, what is it? It's a new and emerging discipline focused on holistic systems design in theory, practice, and tools. So the scientific and ethical approach to designing and validating the design of your token ecosystem. So we don't have to make subjective decisions. We have so much science, and we, when we build bridges or any public infrastructure, cell phone towers, they always model and validate their designs. And this is a transdisciplinary field, which it's so interesting, the humans who are in token engineering, because they come from all backgrounds, and we need all of these lenses. We need all of these different viewpoints in order to create holistic and regenerative systems. So here's a little what happens without token engineering. You know, we've seen in DeFi Ponzi schemes and the same old thing for the last, since Bitcoin came out, what, 10, 11 years ago. It's been kind of the same thing, you know, extractive systems. So we're trying to get out of that now. So we look at how we parameterize our systems. So here's an example. Okay, many projects or token ecosystems, they have a more quantitative model where it's, you know, even MetaGame, Common Stack, Token Engineering Commons, we give praise, gold stars, gamification. So the pros here, you know, it kind of gets shit done. The cons is that it's not really the best model for collaboration. It tends to breed competition. And then if we look at the other end of the spectrum, we have kind of this more qualitative, like if you look at data art, they are probably, I think they're the first project to ever create a system that's completely done on intrinsic motivation. They don't have any leaderboards or anything like this. So of course, this is optimizing for innovation, for freedom, for, you know, people to kind of self-actualize or to only create what they really feel intrinsically motivated to do, not for money. So it creates a lot of cool stuff, but on the con side, you know, it might be hard to get shit done. So it doesn't mean it's black and white or it's one or the other. But if we start to view these choices through this lens, that is, it's a spectrum, and understand the outcomes of some of these parameter and design choices, then we can more consciously choose which systems we want to create and which systems that we want to be a part of and put our energy and money into. So a lot of DAOs, they've adopted proposal systems where, you know, the burden of proof is on the people submitting. So they're looking at KPIs and very similar practices to corporations, but I thought we were trying to do something different. Why not UBI networks? Things like this. So do we really have to continue the way we have? And let's question it and see what else is out there. And there's some really cool research in the ecosystem with Block Science, Prime DAO, Curve Labs, Token Kitchen, where they're exploring DAO collaboration mechanisms, and they bring this exact thing up. Let's look at the mechanisms that we are employing, and maybe we can flip them to have more trust in each other, that, you know, our value is not just in output and what we do, but there is inherent value in the exploration and allowing people this freedom. So this brings us to, we can make choices, but again, we don't want to make subjective decisions when it comes to choosing the parameters and designs of our system. So we have CAD, a tool by Block Science. There's another modeling and simulation tool called Token Spice by Trent McConaughey of Ocean Protocol. So we can create a digital twin. And this is an established engineering practice to help us understand and manage these complex systems like digital flight simulators. So they run the system through different scenarios, kind of alternate dimensions, to see what effects may throw the system out of balance. So when you input this, you know, the consequence is this. And when we start to understand and model and simulate our systems, we can make more conscious choices, and we can optimize, again, for whatever it is that our community chooses that we would like to create. This can provide operational decision-making support during the design stage and in continuous governance, and establish the foundations for computer-aided governance. So we don't just have to rely on humans and their patterns. We can employ machine learning and algorithmic policy design to help us to make better decisions. And when I say better, I mean whatever it is that we're trying to optimize for. And hopefully that's for healthier people, healthier economies, and things that are good, regenerative for the environment. At least that's my opinion. So using modeling, we can understand the parameterization and design choices and their outcomes. The eight ball, you know, like when you shake it, it gives you an answer. So that's an oversimplification, but you get the idea if you haven't heard of it before, or maybe you're already working and you're a CAD modeler. So we have some really cool examples of this in our ecosystem. OneHive Lunaswarm, they're modeling their issuance policy, and they've been able to feed that real-time data back into their system. And conviction voting, it's a new type of voting. You can think of it kind of like real-time voting or vote streaming. So we have these new governance mechanisms. So we need to see, how do people game the system, or how does this impact voting, and this is huge. And then with Gitcoin grants, they're modeling for collusion. So people, again, trying to kind of game the system, making sure that it's a grants program. So making sure money is going to the projects who really deserve it and should be getting it, not just because, somebody can kind of gamify the system to get more funds. Again, these extractive behaviors, how can we model so that we make it easier for people to make good decisions for all, or that there's not a way that they could even game the system. So Dr. Michael Zargam always talks about, we want to maximize for freedom, but we want some safety layers in there. We don't want the bridge to fall down when we drive across it. So we have a really cool example. So if you're new to modeling, or if you like to get a more fun look, the Commons Stack has created the Commons Simulator. It's a really cool a game and art project by a decentralized development team that put a front end on CAD/CAD. So we can model and look at, okay, if we set our reserve ratio to 10%, and you can adjust these different parameters, and you can actually see in the game how it plays out. And luckily, we did good. We got a good future. A little interesting facts. I think there are like 3 billion different possibilities in this game. If you play it, different permutations that you could get different outcomes. So you can go in, play with the Commons Simulator, and see how powerful modeling and simulation really are to making better decisions in our systems. So we can choose, again, more consciously, which little dials do we want to tweak, which levers do we want to pull, which paradigms do we want to operate in, and what do we want to optimize for. So applying consciousness and science, we can engineer healthier feedback loops. Okay, and wrapping up here, so the last 2 things in conscious decentralization and recommendations to start to implement some of these practices, we can already reprogram value flows, and you can see this happening in DeFi for good. So going from degen to regen. So there's a cool project called stakes.social, where instead of staking just for yourself and making money off of yield farming, you earn 50% and a project of your choice earns 50%. So the Commons Stack, we just got a profile up there. It's incredibly cool. So how can we harness DeFi to fund projects that are solving some of the world's biggest challenges, not just profit for ourselves? So how can we, again, reprogram these extractive systems to create more regeneration and engineer for abundance, as Michelle Bowen says. So degen is stake for yourself. Regen, you can stake for yourself and others at the same time, because as we all know, we can print as much money as we really want. There's another cool project I really want to mention, NFT craze right now. NFTs to save endangered species. There's Wildcards was kind of the first, and now Project Arc has partnered with WWF, the World Wildlife Foundation, to do kind of like crypto kitties, but with animals. And that money that is raised actually goes to, and you just heard from Giveth, but the money here goes to different conservation efforts and projects that are looking at better ecology and programs for saving animals. So that's pretty cool. And finally, this is great. Technology is great, but technology is only as good as the humans. Well, we have computer-aided governance. Okay, that's a bit of a debate there. But the point is, it's great if we have good tech, but we should care about the humans. We should stop calling them users to start. They are humans and people, and we really need to examine our cultural frameworks and practices. So healthy economies equal healthy communities, and healthy communities create healthy economies. So we can program and optimize for regenerative systems, institutionalized generosity, and healthy humans. Take care of the humans, again, because what we carry is embedded in our systems. So this is the work of the Commons Stack and the Token Engineering Commons, who are looking at how to weave. Ostrom is a Nobel Prize winner and economist, and we're looking at her 8 principles for managing a commons. And also later in the week on Wednesday, there's a panel with Jeb Emmett and Felix and a few others who just wrote an academic paper about scaling the global commons. So with Token Engineering Commons and Commons Stack, we're looking at weaving Ostrom's principles into DAOs. How can we have rules and boundaries? they call nested enterprises, conflict transformation. And this is something cool with the Token Engineering Commons as well. It's the first, I believe, one of the first DAOs or commons to actually have a training for conflict management and conflict transformation. We just finished the first round. So would love to see these ideas spread in other DAOs, because, you know, you hear about projects kind of blowing up because there's issues with the humans and there's conflict, and it's natural to have conflict. So how do we handle it, and how do we have more resilient and anti-fragile systems through these experiences? So this is totally new, what we're creating, and we need your help to do it. So just summarizing my kind of 4 starting tips for conscious decentralization. And again, I would love to hear your ideas and expand on this thought process and how we can do this together. So question everything, model and validate our designs, reprogramming value flows. People are already doing it. How can we look at benefiting the whole while we benefit for ourselves? And then looking at culture and the humans and nurturing the humans. So you can join the mission, the Commons Stack. You can find us on Telegram, Discord, Twitter, and all that. And Token Engineering Commons, we're about to hatch. So we would love to get you in the trusted seed if you are aligned in this mission that we're on in conscious decentralization. Join the trusted seed and co-vest with us to pool resources and create a knowledge commons around the common stack and this design pattern, the models and simulations and all these kind of DeFi Legos, and also the cultural framework that can become a trellis for what we kind of call warm DAOs, tech plus humans. So we would love and warmly invite you to come and start a conversation with us around these topics. Thank you again for having me, and I really appreciate MetaGame and the work that you guys are doing. And we hope to make this more fun as well. And that's why I love your work, because you guys make it fun. We need these like games and interactive ways to engage with this kind of library of knowledge and in these discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome, Jessica. Do you have a few minutes for a couple questions?
Oh yeah, sure. Let me just stop sharing my screen so I can.
My fractalized face on the screen. Picture,
Yeah.
In a picture.
Ah, where's the stop sharing button?
Well, as you find that, I will flip on over to MetaFEST Public. We had a couple of people that were asking questions. First one, not really a crypto question, just talking about spiral dynamics, which I thought was great that you mentioned. You were mentioning on spiral dynamics from Beck and Wilbur about how we move up and down the whole on, right? To suit whatever we're doing while we need to operate from that different point of the spectrum, right? And I feel like in the DAO community with the hive mind, it's kind of a constant thing, right? Like sometimes you're operating from green, say, or blue or red, and then within 10 seconds you're switching to turquoise, and you're looking down at everything, and not down, but you're noticing that within the hive mind structure, like multiple people can come from all the different colors at the same time. And I found that a bit fascinating. And somebody asked, outside of crypto question, and with the incentivizing spectrum, do you think it's helpful for things like mental illness, like depression, anxiety? It made me think also about like the imposter syndrome.
I'm sorry, so you're asking how can we use that lens to look at some kind of personal challenges, or?
Yeah, I think the question is, like outside of the crypto DAO space, do you feel like spiral dynamics is helpful in reaching cures for depression, anxiety, etc.?
That's an interesting question. And, to be honest, spiral dynamics only came to me a couple of months ago through one of our Token Engineering Commons contributors. His name is Regis Davis. He goes by Durgadas, and he's also studied yoga philosophy, and he's done years of kind of nonviolent communication work. I haven't thought about that, but that's very interesting. I mean, I think I'm no expert, but I can only share my own experience. And I think anything that brings awareness to the present moment or gives you a lens or something to translate through can be a really helpful practice to kind of check in with yourself and see where you are. I have also gone through times of, anxiety and depression. I think with COVID, a lot more people are experiencing this because there's a lot of stress at this layer in our subconscious, or maybe that we're not even aware of. So I think any tool that can help you understand where you are and give you kind of a map is really helpful, because if you can see where you are and where you would, I mean, a lot of it is accepting where you are. You don't want to create more resistance. So you have to embrace these parts of yourself so they don't become fractured and splintered, and you can be more integrated. But, we don't want to live in this state of discomfort. So a map, I think, can be helpful. So I would love to hear somebody who tries that, or maybe I can try that. I think that's a really interesting idea.
Yeah, I think the question was a little bit about, like you're saying, that integrated psychology, but kind of getting stuck in your certain lenses, right? Integral theory. I think Wilbur has a few books on integral psychology, or the theory of everything is a good one too. It's a nice short one that kind of guides people through things like this.
Yeah, and it's interesting because when you say when we get stuck, I was just reading, my friend introduced me the other day to a very interesting psychologist who was talking about it kind of like grooves on a record. His name's Matt Licata, and he studied neuroscience very deeply, and he even doesn't like the word triggers. He says that that's very violent, and there's other ways to think about it. So Matt Licata, he's a very interesting psychologist who is kind of providing tools or ways to think about these things that are much more compassionate, and kind of like the way he describes when people go into that state is more kind of artful. Like there's actually a beauty in that, even though it's challenging sometimes to sit in it. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he talks about it as like emotional somatic material that's like representing itself for metabolization. I thought that was such an interesting way to describe it. So yeah, we're going a bit in a wormhole now, but very interesting that's coming up for people.
Yeah, I think a good segue wormhole was your mention of the two slit experiment, the wave and the particle. We're both wave and a particle at the same time. If you look at it, it stops to a particle, and I think that's kind of important within this whole Ethereum DAO movement, is to keep going. And we stop a lot and we look and try to interpret what we're doing, but as we move forward, everything's fractioning out to fill in all the gaps that we need to fill. And I think that you made a good point about like not just redoing a hyper post capitalism society, but to like move forward with new solutions, right?
I hate to cut you off, but we have
Peth is here.
Yeah.
All right.
Peth. Yeah, awesome. Thanks so much, Tommy.
Yep. Thank you. Peth, I can't see you. You're here, but you're not.
Yeah, I went out to buy a camera and I bought it, but it turned out that it's a USB-C camera and I don't have a USB-C port on my laptop. So I didn't have time to go switch it back, and now I'm going to have to be like this. Yeah, sorry.
Works for us. Well, thanks, Jessica. If you could drop any links in the MetaFEST public channel, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, sure. I'll go and do some librarian work and I'll circle back. Thank you so much, guys. Have a wonderful MetaFEST and look forward to the rest of the presentations today.
Yeah, thank you for doing this.
All right, Ghost Peth, you're on.
Yeah, just looking for the share screen button. There it is. There we go.
Boom, boom.
Is it all good?
Yep, I can see it just fine.
Here, that's good. Yeah, we're going to start from this screen because I hope that we were able to get some non-crypto people here, because yeah, that's kind of the one of the main points of MetaGame. So we're starting all the way with Bitcoin, which was the first decentralized currency, because yeah, there was no admins that could just mint new tokens. Nobody can take your coins away from you, and yeah, that's how it became the first decentralized currency. And then we had Ethereum, which is that plus it's programmable, so it allows a lot more things to be possible, not just the way to send the currency one way or the other, but also yeah, create any sort of decentralized application or organization these days. So what's different from this than what we had previously? Centralized servers, they were much easier to get exploited. Like once you hack a centralized server, you get access to all the accounts, and this way everybody has their own account and nobody can just hack like the whole thing. And of course, the the main point from before is that there is still no administrator that you just come in and take your account. And then the other big problem was that databases don't really talk to each other easily. And so what ended up happening with the growth of the internet and the commerce on the internet is that we ended up with these huge centralized middlemen like PayPal and Visa, MasterCard, and whatnot. They were here as they need to be the middle point between the databases of the banks and all the point of sale devices and whatnot, so that people are able to transact each other, because yeah, the centralized solution was the only way so far. And now with Ethereum, we have a globally accessible, decentralized, and ownerless database, and that allows us to basically rebuild the society by building new decentralized, like everything in a decentralized way, from decentralized application and services to yeah, organizations and hopefully even societies. And what's the problem in this space currently is that like new people who are just joining, they have no idea where to go. Like they ask people where to go, but there's not really any place where they will be able to get properly oriented about why this stuff matters, and like where could they, what sort of areas of interest are there, like NFTs, DeFi, DAOs, and whatnot. What projects they could join or take part in, how could they earn some money. And if they want to start a new project, well, like where do they find all the information about different frameworks and tools? Where do they find people that would like join their team and build with them? And where do they get funding? And yeah, overall, there's just no good onboarding solution so far. Like nothing to really help people get inside the crypto space. And yeah, it's no wonder that we lose many people along the way. And we came up with the idea of MetaGame, which is a massive online coordination game. Because yeah, like games are kind of the best tool that we have so far at like really helping people understand the complex environments and actually having fun while doing it, and not just because they like really explain things in a great way, but like from the like neuropsychology behind it, that like when we're having fun, that's when we absorb most information. And yeah, like has all your favorite MMORPG elements, from like players and guilds, maps and guides, roles and skills, quests and challenges, titles and achievements, and even products and services. And then like why do people even like games? Like what is it about games? And there's a lot of research behind gamification, and one of the big people in the field is this guy called Yukai Cho, who's like studied behavioral psychology, behavioral economics, and all the related fields. And he came up with this thing called the Octalysis framework, which takes these eight different things that like get people hooked onto games. So the first one is epic meaning and calling, which is like there's always this grand narrative, like you are here to save the world, and yeah, everything depends on you. And then yeah, what you get in is that like you grind, like you get a sense of accomplishment. Like when you complete things, you get empowered to complete more things. You get good feedback. You get to build your character, like ownership with build your character, collect items and whatnot. And then community relatedness. This is a huge part of why people play MMORPGs, is because like to hang out with people and meet many people and whatnot. And then this even scarcity and impatience. So this like games are not super easy otherwise they wouldn't be fun. The unpredictability, like there's not really much fun you can have with things being predictable. And finally, the reason that keeps people from leaving game is like once they build up their character, and then like they don't want to leave it. And most good games have a combination of these 8 different dimensions. And like there aren't really many games that really put together like all 8. And there's definitely like even the ones who put all 8, it's kind of bullshit. Like there's epic meaning in calling, but like it's not real. Like it's a virtual world, and building an accomplishment, yeah, you're accomplishing things, but it's all in a virtual reality. You're not really like building real world skills unless you're like going to competitive gaming. So that's the thing now. Anyway, and metagame. So yeah, the goal of metagame is to build this resource hub for the people getting into crypto, and then onboard a bunch of players and guilds to establish this sort of decentralized factory where we can produce more of these decentralized applications and organizations, and create this web of opportunity where people can just join, learn new things, join new projects, and start earning money. And this is the main participants that metagame splits into. You got the players and patrons, and players, you understand that, and patrons are the people who are like, yeah, metagame is awesome, but I'm really busy with my own project, and then they buy our token instead. And you have players of all kinds of roles, and then the other main component are the guilds. So these can be different projects, so like existing decentralized applications or projects building in the Ethereum space, and like DAOs that are offering services. So like you can be projects like a raid guild, which are here to offer like building services, designing and whatnot. There are other DAOs that offer funding, other DAOs that offer like marketing services and whatnot. And the final one is alliances, which are just groups of guilds, and we'll get into more of that in a bit. And the players and the patrons are we have this meme of the 300 of metagame, and we limited the number of players to Dunbar's number because we didn't want to be super optimistic about being able to scale above that limit right away, and also because we want to create this really tight-knit and trusted community, and not just like getting thousands of people from all over the place right away. Because you need to set a proper culture and whatnot. And then different guilds. So on top you can see the projects like DAO House. DAO House is a project for launching your own decentralized organizations. We have Mooney, which is used to cashing out crypto directly to your bank account, but like Uniswap like interface, or like decentralized and super easy, no KYC. Common Stack, building different infrastructure for the commons. Meta Factory is a decentralized brand factory, so you can launch your own like merchandise store. There's Source Thread, which is like the like one of 3 main components of metagame, so used for tracking like contributions to the project. And then we got the projects like the guilds, like the Raid Guild, the Fire Eyes, Token Engineering. So Raid Guild, as I said, offering all kinds of services to different projects in the Web3 space. We got Token Engineering Fire Eyes, which are more about like token engineering. Build Guild, similar to Raid Guild, deep work, helping people design products. designs, pretty self-explanatory. One Hive, just another decentralized factory. They're building all kinds of cool things in the Ethereum space. And then we got, for example, the Meta Cartel, which is one of the first 3 alliances, which is a funding DAO that also has like 30 other member organizations. We got the Bloom Network, which is somewhat similar to, with the goals, like the bigger picture goals as MetaGame, but it's more on the ground. So it's like trying to change the world, but going directly through like grassroots organizations and like direct aid. Penvala helping projects get funded in crypto space, and Meta Gamma Delta is another funding DAO, but focus on women-led projects and generally getting more women into the Ethereum space. And what are we doing at MetaGame? So these are the main projects, I guess. With MetaSys, so that's like the first thing that we built at MetaGame. We put together this system for running decentralized organizations. I'll get into more of that in a bit, but yeah, MetaSys, my Meta library, and the Meta OS. Yeah, let's get into those. So MetaSys, we came up with this system trying to change the way that DAOs currently work. Like right now, DAOs are still pretty much command and control. So like what matters in a DAO is how much money you have. Then the DAO, like based on these votes, they issue commands to the builders inside the DAO, and yeah, money controls it, and people are told basically what they should be doing. The things move slow because all needs to go through the voting, and there's these fixed reward allocations, often a lot of money going to liquidity providers and not the people who are actually building the project. And on the right side we have our model, which is called, we call these the MetaSys DAOs, which are decentralized and permissionless, because once you get inside there's like, you can just do things. You like find a way that you can contribute, you do it, and then you get rewarded without needing to pass a proposal. Like if the people like it, you will get funded. And resources just flow dynamically through the network. It's so as the basis of that, we use the source cred, which hooks onto GitHub, Discord, and Discourse, and tracks basically everything that's happening, like interactions between the people. And like on GitHub, it tracks the pull request reviews and whatnot. And then on Discord, it's the emojis, bring in a lot of this what we call the XP, experience points. And basically the source code tracks everything that's going on, that creates value. Then whatever the system misses itself, that we then talk about it and then manually add it to source code. Then we mint tokens based on those contributions once per month, and then some of those tokens are added to our liquidity pool. So we use a balancer, which is an automated market making system. And we add some seed tokens, which is our token, and Ether, and that allows people to, the people who are working for MetaGame can cash out some of their seeds and pay their rent and food and whatnot. So the second project is these My Meta profiles, which are supposed to be these like decentralized sort of LinkedIn pages or workfolio pages, where you can post who you are, what kind of skills do you have, post your contact point, like what different DAOs are you a member of, show your NFTs, and post different achievements and past work, and have a way where people can see what's your availability, what time zone, and so that people can just ask you to work with them on something directly. This collab button, for example, is supposed to start a connection between the people, so that like a contract, you bring a contract where you choose like, okay, I want to do this with this person, and then like, okay, he will design something for me, and then you set in like how much you want to pay, how much you want to pay him, they accept, and you do it. And the idea is that you start this contract, and the money is passed on to the escrow, and then upon completion you can either both agree to like, okay, this was done this was done fairly, this is a good task, and then the escrow gets released. Or otherwise, the people will disagree, and then it will go to arbitration in one of the decentralized courts, like either inside MetaGame or like one house court called Celeste or like Kleros or whatever. There will be more solutions in the future. And the trust button is supposed to be like similar to add as friend, except with skin in the game, because you're also like, if both of you have a personal token, then you should be able to exchange these personal tokens. But yeah, this is probably both more far out than the custom background, for example, because the whole page is supposed to be like super customizable, so that other organizations and whoever wants to use it can use it for their own members directory, and people can like just customize it all they want. And this is what we're calling the Meta OS. And this is like just the first design, which is supposed to be this open source like virtual operating system for decentralized societies. So you should be able to use this to run communities, or like bigger than that, like just whole societies, hopefully. But yeah, we will see how that goes. And you can see the dashboard with all the XP that you're earning, the Cs that you're earning, the morale in the game, like, because once you log in, the game asks you like, how are you doing, and things like that, which is supposed to set this like, how are people feeling. And then we have things like the carbon footprint of settings, so that we can see that is MetaGame contributing to the environment.
I hate to cut you off over a little bit of time.
Ooh,
Time to swap to the panel.
I will just speed up through this. So you get the journal and the goals, and then let's just move on. The seed, like, okay, people get paid for seeds, but why do patrons want to buy the seeds? Well, these are the reasons. I will not go through them. Oh, this is like, this is the. How much do I have? Should I just not do this last part, or should I go on for?
We will definitely have time for you to speak more about the game if you want, for any gaps. So if you stick around, we'd love to hear more about it later.
Okay. Then I'll just stop this and we can continue.
Sorry for not speeding up your talk a little bit earlier. As soon as Penguin mentioned it, you started speaking like 10 times faster. I love that.
Yeah, should I just continue that and just smash through it in like 30 seconds?
I don't know. I don't know if we're here. You're on the next panel too, so you're the first speaker on the Metaverse panel.
All right. Yeah, let's end it then.
I think it ties in whatever way. So who all do we have with us? We have Drew, we have you, we have MetaDreamer.
Nice.
Hi guys, are you able to talk? Pop up.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Can you guys hear me?
Hello.
I can hear you.
Yes.
Do you want to stop sharing your screen, Peth?
Yes.
Oh, am I sharing my? Oh no. Okay.
Peth is. Yeah.
Boom.
Great, thank you.
What's up, y'all?
What's up? Are you an avatar?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Jin's the leader. We should, if you're watching, just pin Jin. It'll be a lot more entertaining. Penguin, I guess you want to lead, maybe?
Sure. Yeah, so basically, this is kind of the introduction to what we think is the metaverse. We're going to talk about some of the issues that we're concerned about and we're considering as kind of the people on the front edge and then the trenches, hacking through kind of the basically what people are talking about on Clubhouse. So we're actually the people that I consider to be figuring out those problems and solving them. So rather than kind of give you a basic information session about what is Ethereum, I figure we talk about some of the current topics that we're all kind of considering ourselves and have more of an interesting discussion. So obviously one of the things that is kind of hot on everyone's mind is the try roll hack. So I think that leads us into a good subject that I wanted to bring up, which is kind of like token versus community, and kind of like what happens when there's trouble with a token versus how you build a community. So, Chin, do you want to maybe start that, or Drew?
Sure. I'll jump in. Yeah, I'll say like it was actually really encouraging to watch the community response on the back of that. I think like a lot of people would see an event like that and assume it could be the death of the project completely. And it can do a lot to ruin the morale around a project and the morale of a community, of course. But actually there was a lot of like positive, people rallying around the token, buying the dip, diamond hands, chatter. And it was encouraging to see. That was the first thing I did, is jump into a bunch of the Discords just to see what was happening. And of course it's hard, especially if you're super invested, or you just recently invested, to see that. But I would assume most of the people in those communities are primarily participating because like they see the value, they're interested in growing that community, they're interested in whatever the goals or the mission is that the community is behind. They get value in the conversation and in the discussion beyond just I'm investing in this thing as purely as a speculator. And that's kind of the difference between some of these like community and social projects and tokens around them. At the same time, I think it highlights also, the known issue of centralization, and more importantly, this struggle that I have personally, and I think a lot of people do, with abstracting away crypto complexities because we want to have these mass adoption moments and we want people to join, versus forcing that adoption hurdle and forcing people to go through and understand what a private key is, why you need to write down these words, the responsibility in being your own bank, and some of these things. And this is like almost at a higher level in this situation, where did a lot of people in these communities even understand that the token was issued through this like kind of centralized or custodial provider that had this kind of large honeypot set up and 10% of the supply of like most of these tokens, right? So did they even understand that as a counterparty risk in the project? So there's all these kind of like interesting discussions around this that are particularly relevant, because I think these types of token experiences are where most people are actually going to have their first onboarding. So it's even more kind of important. But anyways, yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of like people saying like, we need to abstract away crypto and sort of like, try to make it as easy as possible for mainstream people to like get into crypto by abstracting it away completely. It's kind of like, trying to make it easy for people to like use the internet without actually teaching them how to like really use the internet. That like people like that didn't sort of define what the internet became. The people who defined what the internet became were the people who were like internet natives. They were like scouring random like forums and like, getting music off LimeWire and doing all these things, right? Those are like the same people that got music off LimeWire, the people who are, farming yield on DeFi projects and things like that. Yeah. So I think in that way, it's like we need to equip the next generation of people with the tools and knowledge they need to like actually make the most of these tools. And I haven't seen any way in which like, you can have this like abstracted way to like get into crypto and actually make the full use of it. And usually it's done in the name of UX, but I think like UX actually gets worse. I think we like people are afraid of it, and rightfully so. Like it is, there is like ways you can lose your money and stuff, but we're just the solution most people provide is just like taking it away completely, which is not the right solution. It's like we just need proper education and get people to like use these tools and get familiar with them. And once they do, you realize the UX is actually way better. You know, you have a single account that you can access anywhere. You don't have these weird, like, you know, password managers and 2FA codes and all that sort of stuff. So I think the next generation of like people who are going to define what the internet is, what, you know, the next 10 years of how we sort of coordinate as a society are going to be people who are crypto natives. So I almost feel like a responsibility to like teach people that and kind of like prepare them for what's coming in the next 10 years rather than try to like, you know, it's just kind of kicking the can down the road, right? Everyone's going to need to know eventually.
To your point, how many people thought that the internet was that little disk with 250 free AOL hours? You know what I mean? Like they thought that AOL was the internet. Like 80% of those people. So
and it's like there's some value in projects like that. Like it does sort of help bridge the gap a bit, but it's very short lived, right? Like you know, for even the roll example is perfect, right? It was centralized and no gas fees and this and that, and it's like easy to mint this and that, but it's like a ticking time bomb. You know, it's like it's not going to last.
The risks are higher here because we're talking about like assets with true value, like real financial monetary value. With like AOL, it's almost like a no harm, no foul. Like that's okay that you thought that was internet, but like when so much is at stake, it's a different.
It's critical to kind of understand things at the base level, and as you say, like so much of it is just abstracted away that we got to be careful that we don't repeat the problems of the past. You know, if we're building the better future, we should make sure that people are cognizant of basically on-chain versus off-chain, custodial versus owning your own shit. And, you know, I think...
on that point, I say we actually go extreme opposite and dive right into like the dark, the deep depths of the VR world and the metaverse that's being built. And like, I'd love to give Jin the mic and tell us a little bit about what you got going on in your setup here, Jin.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm in my lab. Basically, you know, one of the things like I think about is like, there's all these different platforms. You got like CryptoVoxels, Decentralion, VR Chat, SimonsSpace, etc. And here I just kind of test stuff. And one of the things I think is really underrated is in Meta is like game within a game. And like, here's like an example of a virtual world that runs in your browser. So it's super accessible. And you could play CryptoVoxels with your friends and multitask, you know, like I've got screens behind me. Those are just iframes that you could, you know, essentially have like a live workspace. And this space, you know, is made with an open source VR framework, all like HTML, JavaScript based. But it could also like live in all sorts of other virtual worlds. Like I ported it into VR Chat, for instance, and then it has like a street address. It's accessible and you could find it. Actually, it's just east of the center in Makers District. And then you could click links to all the other variations of that world and the different platforms. So I just kind of port this around because it's in a shipping container. It's meant to be portable. And so it's where I test interoperability.
Yeah, it's funny because metagame is like about basically applying like game mechanics to real life or like turning real life into a game. And then, you know, everything going on in the metaverse, webverse world is like turning games into real life, you know, the other way around. So it's like kind of like all these, you know, it's going to merge eventually, right? Where our reality is just, our physical reality is just one of many realities that exist that are all interconnected. And we can have sort of like a shared persistent identity across all of these different realities. And I think that's like, that's really the key thing that kind of about NFTs is like it really gives us for the first time in like humanity's history, we're all sort of creating art and culture on the same medium at the same time. That's going to be sort of preserved forever. And that's a really, really powerful thing. It's basically like the canonical ledger of like creativity, our NFTs.
You touch on something I think that's like critically important too, which is like and it's so unifying and something that we almost take for granted in like meat space or like physical reality and being identity, right? And like this is a massive challenge in Web3 space, and I think it's partially because like the mental model shifts a lot, or it can, for like what is identity, how is identity represented, because it's like identity is a trust layer, right? So there's so many different people who are approaching this in different ways, and it's exciting to see how that's like developing and maturing. It's also a super sensitive topic because identity, when tying said like basically the canonical ledger of everything to an individual, the outcomes of such could be quite dystopian. So it's important that we kind of like keep in mind like exactly like what the solutions we're building and what those impacts could be long term. But yeah, I think identity is something that is like the master problem in my opinion. Once solved, unlocks so much.
Yes, I mean, we're talking about identity and also kind of like the sharing and so interaction. And, as this is like the community day, I mean, one of the major things that I've noticed is just how interconnected all the groups and the players that are actually doing stuff are. And so one of the things that we talked about is kind of like how our wallet defines who we are and kind of like that trust layer. So like you can analyze someone's tokens and be like, oh, they've contributed to this project and this is what they're into, where that network effect and the flow of tokens really shows kind of the alignment between people and that interaction.
I also just like, what shit coins are you holding? That says everything about you. Like, I just needed like, it's such a great representation. And like James Young has talked about this a lot. James Young's one of the founders of Collabland and like, amazing mind in the space. But how your wallet and the tokens you hold, NFTs included, right, are such a great representation of like your identity or like your path in the space, like the projects you've touched, the artists you've touched, the creators you've touched, like, and or related with, or whatever it might be. And I think there's something really powerful there. And there's obviously some projects that are like trying to explore this, like socializing like the token wallet holdings and or NFT holdings, and like bringing that more in line with like identity or concepts of identity. But yeah, to your point, Penguin, I think just knowing what's in your wallet can say so much about like you as an individual, right?
Yeah, it's funny. Imagine like a dating app that like matches you with other people based on like what shitcoins you hold. But yeah, I think like it's pretty powerful. Like I really want to be able to see like feeds of like what NFTs my friends are buying and like see all this kind of stuff. It really is like it brings a whole nother level of like social interactions and like collective community thing, like especially when it's like value, right? Like before, all social interactions on the internet were just like about information or content, but now we have like assets and value, and there's so much design space open for all kinds of like amazing social experiences with this, and it's I saw this like tweet the other day. It was like before it was like you never want to mix friends with business, you want to keep them separate, and like if you think about it, it's always because like coordination effort or like coordination friction. Yeah, it's like who gets what because why, and like you want to be nice to them because they're friends, and it's like and it gets really awkward because you don't have those tools to coordinate value in a transparent and like non-awkward way. But when you have that with Web3, it's like your friends and business work better together even more. Like all of us in Web3 who've been creating together, you make friends out of it, and it's really powerful because it's instead of like friendship becoming a barrier, it becomes like a catalyst to better creation, and it's just so much better aligned with like what we're all here for, what we all really want out of it. It's like it really acts as like a filter for all the BS that you usually don't want to deal with.
It's super
One of the
relevant.
things
Go ahead.
Just like when it comes to like avatars and identity, I read a definition of avatar being like the audio visual representation of self. And that kind of basically reminds me of just like social media profiles. Like they're currently avatars of Web 2.0, but we don't really own any of the content that we're like sharing or like uploading to these sites. And Web3 is kind of like taking that and the networks effects associated with that and just re-architecting it in a whole new way that's more user-centric and that's composable, and it creates like a culture where like you can be inspired, support creators that you like, and collaborate in ways that preserve value and attribution down the chain, which is really cool.
Sovereignty is very powerful. And that's what it imports. Yeah.
And one of the easiest ways to like understand NFTs is it's ownable data, you know? It's like what that 721 is basically allowing you to own and define data. So everything else is just what you put in that data.
Yeah, I read it's really interesting. Like I've been watching like random YouTube videos of like, since NFTs are becoming so much more mainstream, there's like all these YouTube channels I was subscribed to that are starting making videos about NFTs, and I'm just reading the comment sections and trying to get a sense of what people think. And like the two main themes I sort of see in terms of people's criticism is like, one, it just feels like a money laundering scheme to them. You know, it's like advanced money laundering, or basically, you know, what was already happening in the art world, but
I was gonna say
done digitally. You know, it's the same thing, but like now they take away the art part, or like the physical art part, so they don't even need that as an excuse. So that's an interesting one. And then the other one was like, I saw someone make an example of like, what's the point of owning an NFT? It's like someone gives you a certificate that says you own a star in the sky. You know, what does that really mean if you own the star in the sky? Like, and it's very apparent to the mainstream. I think in the NFT space, we're super just like, you know, bedazzled with NFTs, and you kind of get it in that way. But for mainstream, they're like looking at what's the use of owning this thing. You know, like what's the purpose of it? And you know, if I had a certificate that I own some certain star, I would not pay like $10,000 for that. But what makes NFTs different from that? And I think like the one main thing is like with the certificate of you own this star, it's like who issues that certificate? Like does it hold any value? But the fact that NFTs are on this like common infrastructure, common layer, on the same ledger with everything else that's being created, I think that's what gives it value. It was when it's actually on that same substrate. So the interoperability is what gives it value. And we've seen that with DeFi too. And like, I think it's a big theme in Web3 in general, is like more interoperability equals more value. With DeFi protocols integrating with each other. And, you know, Jin is like our in-house interoperability aficionado. So yeah, it's big.
I think the main reason people even want asking these questions is because they're still thinking like NFTs, like NFT art, but there's like so many things that you can actually do with NFTs, like, and I think still certificates, or like how owning of physical assets. And
the utility side is going to become incredibly important, in my opinion, because we have this like the main thing, it's like verifiable ownership. And I agree with you, Hamad, and like where you're coming from in terms of like there is natural utility in like the format and the medium itself. But I think like there's a lot of discrepancy and difference in terms of based on where you're purchasing, what platform that NFT is sitting on, in terms of what that means, the rights allowed to you, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, there's a lot of conflation with, I now own this thing, therefore I get personal use rights, or possibly even assumption commercial use rights are included. And a lot of times, like usually 99% of the time that is not included. And there's a lot of like legal engineering and legal, I think, confusion coming and clarification that needs to occur in order to like build that aspect in. And that obviously affords a lot of utility. If I can, even just personal use, figuring that out, right? If I can now use it to purchase it or throw it on my wall or whatever it might be, right? Or like print it or throw it on my wall.
There's even a lot of extended uses beyond kind of what we're seeing now. So I mean, like being able to own a share of Tesla stock. That's what Mirror is doing. You know, they're wrapping stocks with tokens. I mean, or property rights. We're going to see that soon, where real property rights are instilled with the token. So owning that token means that you own the house, and profit generation from mortgage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Streaming royalties. Yeah.
Even so I was dealing with a warranty replacement for a keyboard, and it was so annoying because I had to they wanted the original owner to send them an email to verify that that was the right person, or it's a real keyboard, and all these hoops and manual ways of verifying, which could easily be worked around too. I was I just wished this warranty was an NFT that they could just transfer to me, or the ownership of this asset or this keyboard or whatever was an NFT, and I could just I just sign a message or with my wallet, and they see I have it and it's done. You don't have to do anything. You have to reveal your personal information or what email you ordered from or the address it was shipped to. And the other, I think it was Vinay gave the example somewhere, or I think it was Mark Cuban actually. It was the whole textbook industry would be completely disrupted by NFTs, because that's a perfect example of things are shitty for everyone because we don't have the right tools to coordinate. Textbook companies, no one uses physical textbooks anymore. Everyone wants a digital textbook because you want to be able to search it, you want to be able to control F, do all that, and then the textbook companies won't make any money unless they create these trivial changes to the textbook and have a new edition every year, right? So it's the 10th edition, 11th edition, 12th edition, and they have to do that to try to stifle the used market for textbooks, because if they don't make these changes, then the used books will be just as much valuable. People just buy those, so then they waste so much paper, do all these there's so much waste involved, right? And then if you just make it an NFT with secondary market royalties, then the textbook companies would be more than happy for people reselling their textbooks after they use them, because they get royalties off of it. And in fact, they'd want the resale value to be even better. So it's better for the people owning the textbooks because they get to retain more of the value. The secondary market royalties go to the textbook company. You save all the paper. It's just so much better for everyone.
You could do subscription too. You're renting access for a semester, and they're just updating it as they need to in the background, and maybe the price fluctuates as it needs to, but you're only paying for your use, and then you're
upcharge for the upgradable one that they updated over time versus the single editions.
Yeah.
And you want to own it, you buy the different, increased price, and then you can flip it on the secondary market if you like.
For me, this is the thing I really want to see is more NFTs that are living. Right now NFTs are kind of thought of static assets linked to a token on chain, but we're not really exploiting the full power of smart contracts by not making NFTs more interactive. A Tamagotchi, it kind of it grows and does all these things. It's almost sentient, and I can imagine NFTs in the future being sentient beings in a way, or have ways in which they update and interact. Async art, I think, is doing an amazing job at this sort of thing, but there's ways you can take it to a whole other level, and I really want to see more experimentation on stateful NFTs, basically. I think that would be really cool.
I think one of the things that we're exploring is digital pets, and usually they're made by studios, but we're exploring it with UGC, which is an interesting new form factor. But it's it kind of reminds me, when it comes to ownership, there's these kind of native things trading card formats are you think of them as something ownership, but pets also blockchain is kind of this digital leash in a way, and then they grow with you, and it's collect them all. That's Pokemon, Digimon, so yeah.
That would be an awesome concept to just abstract to your wallet generally. Just as you're feeding your wallet, as you're doing more interactions, you're voting, you're participating in DAOs, you actually avatarize your wallet. That would be an interesting experiment, or a fun.
And morphed into a Clippy, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I think this brings an interesting question too about identity and wallets and this and that. I've seen some people this happened to me multiple times this week. Different people asking me who are trying to get into the NFT space. They're what wallet address should I use to mint my NFTs? Because like whatever I use, I need to use that forever, right? So if I start with a MetaMask address, but I want a ledger later, like, you know, how should I deal with that? And it's true, like it's actually pretty limiting to like have one address as like kind of the source of truth for your identity. And this is where I really like what Ceramic and IDX are doing, in which you can actually link multiple addresses to a single identity across multiple chains. You know, it's not just limited to one chain, and it's actually like it's separating the identity aspect of it from like the you know, a specific wallet. And because it's pretty simple, like cryptography, that you can prove ownership of multiple things and then assign them to the same identity, right? But the tooling isn't like it's just kind of coming out now for that to happen. And I'm really excited to see how people use it with NFTs, you know, being linked to identities and like verifiable information. Like, you know, I can like make a statement or write something or issue a certification that's like signed by me, and then people know that that's like an NFT that's that I had like made that statement. You know, and that comes like credentials. In MetaGame, we were talking about this meta skills setup where people can people who have skills in a certain area can sort of issue certificates to certify that other people are also skilled. And if enough people do this in like a decentralized network, you can get this decentralized way to like have a credential.
Nuked.
Of like people telling each other like, you know, this guy's good at this, like kind of like LinkedIn. You know, LinkedIn has those like, what's this guy good at? But
oh no, please God, no, do not bring that to no.
I think one of the things that you're touching on and that really resonates with what Jin said too is like the idea of ownership is also ties into like your identity and kind of what we were talking about, like how what the content in your wallet speaks to you. It's you build kind of an emotional attachment to the NFTs, and you bought them for a reason. So to have something like it, like when you said the pet, it just made me think of all the axes that I have, and every single one of them that I have, I know the entire history and story of. You know, I might have a bunch of them, but they are like little pets. And so like seeing you like have that one follow you around and then ride it, you know, it just it speaks to the interoperability and just like the life cycle of kind of our identity through these pieces.
Yeah.
It's also like collector drive, right? Like there's like collection for speculation and for investment, but there's also like that natural like collector drive that I think a lot of people have. Like I know I do, and most of like the early NFTs I was buying, like I was because I love the artist, I love the art, I wanted to support them mainly. And now like you see what's happening with prices, and I'm like, this is insane, right? It's like, and also it's interesting because like the act of actually selling and the secondary market sales and the change in provenance and pedigree of an asset is part of like the value creation to these pieces too, and capture. So you almost like want to be trading, and you want it to go to like respected or known collectors, and like that makes the piece more valuable. And it's changing the dynamic where like collecting as like a game, and like I don't know, it's weird because it's not something that I ever anticipated or considered as like an emotional dynamic in like buying NFTs initially. So
it's something that most people who haven't really like delved into this space don't get. Like externally, it just looks like you're paying all this money for that picture, but the picture is like honestly like maybe 1% of it. Like so much of it is about who collected it before you. How much did it collect for? What was the story around it? What was the narrative around it? Like what's the, you know, like people who buy a Charizard don't buy a Charizard, or like, you know, people who like a Charizard card don't like it because it's like the Pokemon Charizard is like, it looks cool or something. It's because what does Charizard represent in the Pokemon universe? You know, they grew up watching Pokemon. It resonates with them, like they have this sort of thing. Hey, DL, what's up?
Hey, I actually want to chime in on this thread, if I may, which is because I've been having this discussion a lot as well. And I was actually I'm talking right now to a famous blogger and one of my personal kind of heroes about buying an NFT corresponding to one of his essays. And he was like, why do you want this, like, to pay me a ton of money for this meaningless token? Like, what is going on? Like, are you scamming yourself? I don't want to take advantage of you. And I think the issue is that people think you're buying the picture, but you're not actually buying a picture. Like, it's kind of meaningless to buy a Creative Commons attributed like image that anyone can reproduce. What you're buying is a shelling point. What you're buying is like a coordination point in economic space. Now, the coordination point in economic space is meaningful because it's attached to this picture, because it's attached to this essay, because it's something that people find subjectively meaningful. But the NFT creates an inter-objective structure on top of that subjectivity. And I think it's really fundamentally quite similar to the way that people are like, well, Bitcoin is meaningless. It's just like a number in a ledger. Like, I could fork Bitcoin tomorrow and have my own Bitcoin and not have to pay all, $50,000 for a coin. And the thing is that, again, you're buying into this network of people who all agree that Bitcoin is meaningful, or this network of people who all agree that Beeple is meaningful. So you actually are like investing directly in an economic network as opposed to like a JPEG, but the network is organized around the JPEG.
And this is not anything new either, right? Like, this is the same thing we did with seashells, with rocks, with seeds, with worthless fiat toilet paper money. Like, it's like, yeah, it's really like, it's the same mental model. I think it's funny that people have such a hard time actually like wrapping their head around it in this sense. Because, yeah,
a lot of times it's not how much I'm spending. I see it as like how much I'm investing in that artist, and it is like it's an alignment with that artist, and it's something that resonated with me more than money that I'm losing.
Yeah, it's like it's pretty interesting if you start to like look at how the money flows around in the NFT space. Like, if a certain artist like gets big and makes a lot of money off of selling NFTs, the money they make usually goes back into like other NFT artists. People like give back to the space, and that's a really powerful thing. That's what creates that little flywheel effect. Is like, one person blows up and then he helps someone else blow up next. And I think the whole crypto space is really, really cool for that, is because it's really straightforward to like help others succeed and like help others like share value with others. And people like don't really see the beauty in that's happening. Like, it's a value transfer going on, with people realizing that just like fiat money is just as like BS as like paying $50,000 for a JPEG or PNG. But now it's like the power to create those memes and those assets is now in the hands of everyone, and we can sort of share in that value together.
I think it's for that reason too that you just touched on, that like everyone's saying like DAOs are next, right? And I actually think it will be because of NFTs. Because what will likely happen, and we're already starting to see this, is tons of little mini DAOs and investment DAOs or collector DAOs popping up that are now buying up NFTs, expensive NFTs. They're basically like pooling their buying power, their purchasing power in order to have like greater span and access and ownership over like more assets. And that's going to contextualize these like shared bank accounts, shared investment, clubs in a way that people are like, oh, I could do this for that. It doesn't, NFTs is like, and so I think naturally people are going to start to like unlock and what this will mean. And I think that's end goal from my perspective. Like, the way we had to start with the money Legos, right? We had to solve that problem first. We had to address that. And now we've seen that it's beyond just like money, it's value, right? And value as art, value as asset, individualized, like non-fungible. Now but like, from my perspective, like what the real end goal to solve are more social and cultural problems. Like, there are these human coordination challenges and these things that anyone who's been playing in the DAO space for a while have recognized as like huge challenges, major targets, seeing how we can use this new tooling to unlock the possibilities and like the future potential. And yeah, I think with that is also identity wraps in too. But I think like that's when from my perspective, this is going to move past, hopefully, just the greed games, the money Ponzi. Like, I think people are going to start to really realize like, holy shit, this is like majorly impactful at a societal level, or it can be. And like, we're just now scratching that surface.
So I really hate to cut us off, but we're a little bit over time. So I want to turn the floor over to Dandelion. So if there are any other closing thoughts, let's get them in now. And I think we should cede the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to say like one last thing on the DeFi, NFTs, DAOs sort of thing. It's with DeFi, we kind of learned that we can, compose these different assets and like, compound on top of compound our yield and do all these sort of things. And then with NFTs, we realized we can now do that with like cultural assets and do all these sort of things. And I think with DAOs, like what DAOs allow us to do is like compound social capital on top of like monetary capital and like asset capital. Because like NFT investment DAO is more powerful than a bunch of individual NFT investors because they get a social signal together what they think is valuable, which actually is like sets the value of the thing. That's like it's MetaCoven's like what he said about his $69 million like Beeple purchase is like it doesn't matter what the number is, whatever the number is, like there's no price that's too expensive basically as long as you have the money for it, because whatever that number is, it sets the floor basically, because that value goes into like that ecosystem, which just props it up even more. So yeah, I think the social capital being compounded with like these money Legos, it's a really like I think this is going to be like the true like golden age of the internet, and everything up until now was kind of just like the internet alpha version, like we just kind of like getting spun up.
Great. Well, thank you so much, everyone. We could definitely chat on this forever, but yeah, we'll continue it on Thursday.
Thanks, guys.
That's all.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay. Let's see. First of all, can people see my my presentation along with my face? I just want to check this is working.
Yes,
Yes, we can see you.
Awesome. Cool. So I'll first say this. Thanks for the really cool NFT chat. I'm also excited to come back on Thursday and share my ongoing adventures in NFTs and the $100 V stock. This talk is going to be a bit different. It is not obviously in any way a talk about crypto at all. It really is just an introduction to me. I'm a very unusual person, and the way that I like conceive of my own identity. I think it's just pretty different, and I think it'll be probably pretty interesting to some folks. So I kind of encourage you to think of this as like a palate cleanser. We've got lots of time to talk about crypto and the exciting world that we are going to build. But I think we also have got an opportunity as we're transforming everything to transform ourselves. So think of this as a little exploration of a different way to conceptualize self. So I'm going to start by just saying I'm a multiple. I really don't identify as being like a single like individual. If you think about the term individual, it really means impossible to divide, right? Like unitary, like you have a single soul, you're atomic, you're unsplittable. And that's kind of a weird concept, because if you look around the world, you realize not many things are actually like that. Pretty much everything that is interesting in the world turns out to be some kind of fractal metaposition. You can look at America as being individual, but then you're like, wait, no, there's Democrats, there's Republicans, there's like elites, there's like the South, the North, the West. I think whenever you look at a complex or interesting system in the world, you wind up finding ways to split into smaller and smaller pieces. And by splitting it into these smaller pieces, you also come to understand it a lot more clearly. And I think the same is true of people. Individual humans are some of the most complex and interesting systems in the world. So I think that we actually have the potential to, as this Walt Whitman quote goes, contains multitudes. So I consider myself a mixture of Dande and Lion. Right now, hi, I'm Dande. As Dande, I took us a couple photos here that I think are sort of particularly me. I'm sweet, I'm goofy, I'm curious, and some of my talents involve connecting with people, exploring, whether it's like wandering around the campus of a new university and striking up conversations, or wandering around the woods, finding all kinds of interesting plants and creatures. And I'm pretty good at like empathetically connecting with people, kind of seeing where they're at, what they're feeling, how they wish they could be. And on the other hand, hi, I'm Lion. Again, a couple photos. As Lion, I'll first note that I speak in a different vocal register. Like if you're auditorily perceptive, you may have noticed that my voice like shifted down a bit. As Lion, I'm ambitious, I'm driven, strategic. I really like negotiating. I really like coming up with and executing strategies, whether it's like figuring out how to like drive a partnership between two projects or figuring out how to like get the best possible job offer from my preferred employer. I love economics. I love programming. I would say a lot of my like crypto nerdery resides as Lion. Now, in the past, it gets kind of a pain to be communicating to people like, hi, like as Lion, I'm saying this, or like, hi, as Dande, I'm saying that. And so my dear friend LB and I came up with pronouns that are kind of not exactly first and second person gendered pronouns. Like it's ironic that as a genderqueer person who uses they them pronouns that I'm like coming up with new pronouns, but there you have it. So we've come up with K pronouns for the kind of masculine side. I would generally say that Lion is more masculine and Dande is more feminine. So K pronouns, you can think K as in killer, you know, like tough, like aggressive, like forceful. K pronouns designate, for me, Lion. So I would say Kai am Lion. Someone could say like Ku as Lion, or like doing X, Y, and Z. And then conversely, as Dande, I would say, hello, Zym Dande. Or you could say like, hey, does you like this flower? And I would be like, yes, I like this flower very much. It's quite pretty. So I'm just going to use these, and this is a system that I've just come to mostly use without explaining. I'm explaining up front here because it's the this talk, but I feel like it's like learning any other language or diving into a new like fiction universe that's got all kinds of new concepts and magic. Sometimes it helps to just do without needing to explain everything. So I've spent a lot of time thinking about this dualism of being two people. And one thing that's quite interesting, and this is like Lion again, is that it actually maps really well onto the classic left and right brain distinction, right? So you have this idea that one, and just to start with the anatomy of the brain, your brain physically is two hemispheres that are fairly like discontinuous, like disconnected pieces of brain matter that are connected by a band in the middle called the corpus callosum. And I haven't looked super deeply into the research, but there's a broadly accepted consensus that these two sides of the brain are kind of differentially specialized. Where one side, the left side, is more logical, it's more verbal, it's more like empirical. And the other side, the right side, is more emotional, it's more intuitive, it's more creative, it's less verbal, less logical. And appropriately enough, like I think Lion really is, for me, the left side of the brain, and Dande is the right side. And in this case, like as Lion, I really like this left image because it's got tons of information and it's really like specific and concrete. And as Dande, I like the right image because it's just much more evocative, and I like the cool patterns on the right side in particular. Like the circuit board is cool too, but I really like these patterns on the right. There actually has been some amount of actual research on people who have had severed corpus callosa. So that is to say, the band of neural tissue that's connecting the left and the right side of the brain has been cut. And we've done this on a number of people because there are certain kinds of seizures that you can like mitigate the symptoms of the seizures by cutting. And also, I think that we're just like weirdly into like chopping up brains, you know, like lobotomies, severed corpus callosa. Anyway, in people with severed corpus callosa, we've actually experimentally found that the two halves of the brain can sustain separate narratives. And so they've done studies, and I'm thinking of this particular experiment on an Italian teenager who had a severed corpus callosa, and they would put a question in front of either the left eye or the right eye, so that only one side of the brain would see the question. And because the corpus callosa was severed, the information wouldn't propagate to the other side of the brain. And they would ask this kid something like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the left side of the brain would give really realistic answers. You know, like, oh, I want to be like a firefighter. I want to be like an emergency medical technician. And the right side of the brain would give these sort of more fantastical but emotionally exciting answers, like, oh, I want to be a race car driver. So I think that's just like a really interesting, really empirical demonstration of the fact that you actually can just have separate perspectives and separate narratives in your separate halves of the brain. Now I'll go a bit to origins. So I think that for me, there was a very clear shift between being sort of primarily Dande when I was young to being primarily Lion in my like adolescence onward. And so I got here a photo of four high school like ID cards, and they reissued me a new card every year. And you can see that in these top two photos, let me put on a pointer. You can see in these top two photos, I basically look like a super like nerdy kind of timid Asian kid. And then in these bottom two photos, I'm like suddenly like hard to say exactly how, other than the fact that I dropped the glasses, but my face looks different. It like seems kind of like wider. I seem more masculine. I seem like discontinuously older. And I think that this really concretely corresponded to me shifting from having Dande front and be like my kind of like foreground personality to having Lion be my foreground personality. And I think what really happened there is that in the beginning, like, you know, as Dande, I was just a sweet little kid bopping around. I like wanted to play video games. I wanted to read science fiction. And I wanted to be like nice to people and like make friends. And in the tough world of, you know, schoolyard politics, this was a really bad strategy. And I just got bullied and picked on and called gay a lot. And as Lion, I really didn't like that. So at a certain point, and I really associate this with having played a lot of World of Warcraft in around like 8th and 9th grade. But at a certain point, Kai, which is say Lion, just kind of took charge and like pushed to the foreground and completely changed our social strategy. Went much more for being like assertive, like trying to be alpha, like trying to gain social status, much less on the like vulnerability and sweetness side. And it actually did work pretty well as far as becoming more popular, but at what cost? And that kind of brings me to the theme of dissonance, which is, I think that we live in a society that really values, you know, masculinity. It really values being logical. It really values getting access to resources, especially money. And especially for people, you know, boys or people who are assigned male at birth, or as I like to say, penis bearers, there's a very strong pressure to like conform to a masculine archetype and stereotype. And for me, like as Lion, like I can do that pretty well. I'm like happy to be masculine. I'm happy to take up space. I'm happy to be assertive and to try to dominate people. And Dande is deeply uncomfortable with all those things. And so for a long time, I kind of felt like the existence of Dande was inherently shameful because Dande doesn't like perform masculinity well at all. And Dande is vulnerable and Dande is emotional. And I felt like that really like made me less of a man and made me less worthy of my own respect. And so for many years, probably from like around being like 14 through being around maybe 25 or 26, I really like tried to pretend Dande didn't exist and like kind of like shove Dande into a corner of my mind where it's kind of like they could like be on the inside, like looking out, but like would never get seen by the rest of the world because it just felt really important to me to be like masculine, you know, to be strong, to be tough. And speaking as Dande, that pretty much sucked, you know, like, and it sucked because I think it sucked to be like kind of shoved into a prison in your mind in any case. And it also sucked because Lion like was not very good at doing a lot of the things that I value. Which is say like empathy, like being kind to people, you know, treating friends well and like maintaining like long-term relationships and watching out for them. Like Lion is a lot more mercenary. Lion is like, okay, like what are you going to do for me, you know, this year? What are like, why are you still relevant in my life? And Lion is very willing to kind of like cut people out if they just don't seem like relevant or important anymore. And, you know, it like kind of torched a lot of relationships that I would have really liked to have like saved and invested in, and Lion was just very willing to like cut them away. This kind of gets to the theme of relationships. On the one hand, there's a relationship between me and Lion, which I think is a relationship that's really been improving a lot, especially in the past 5 years, since there started to be like really space for recognizing Z as existing. And I would say that now like Lion and I have quite a good relationship where on the one hand, I really appreciate having Lion around, because I kind of, there's this movie Lost in Space. I should have put that image in this slide, actually. There's this movie Lost in Space, and it came out in the 90s, and it's about these guys who go on, an adventure in outer space, and they get lost, their ship is in the wrong place, and they find all kinds of crazy alien spiders. And there's this one character who's the sort of like masculine, like white man, who's like the lead, like tough, like protagonist. And he's got this armor, this like super futuristic armor where he can like push a button, and then he's just dressed like normally, but he pushes the button, and this like sheet of like metal like rolls up the surface of his body and like comes up his back of his neck and like turns into a visor. And then he like pulls out this giant gun, and he's just got a giant gun and is covered in metal armor, so he can fight the spiders. And I feel like having Lion is kind of like having that button where I can be bopping around the world, just like easy as you please, hanging out with people, connecting with people. And then I know that if someone wanted to fuck with me, as people sometimes do want to fuck with people who just seem innocent and sweet and kind, then I can push the Lion button and immediately just be like a very like resourced, very assertive, very like confident like man, and just like know how to tell people to fuck off and get the fuck out of my way. So I really appreciate that. And at the same time, I know that Lion is pretty under-resourced in terms of a lot of like let's say diffusing emotional conflict, right? There's like a conflict where like I or Lion feels like really hurt or offended by a friend. Lion's instinct will usually be to like try to win an argument intellectually, or to like escalate in some kind of power dimension, which is often a really bad move when dealing with emotional conflict. And so I think that it's pretty valuable that I'm around to help like diffuse things emotionally rather than just trying to make it into some kind of power game. The other thing that's cool is that I actually I can just support kind of twice as many relationships because there are two sides of myself. And so it's definitely the case that I have some relationships where it's like Lion really likes this person and I don't hugely care for them. Like I would veto people who I thought were like actively shitty. But I have some friends where like I don't think that they're like the most interesting person emotionally. But Lion thinks they're really intellectually interesting, and that's fine. And conversely, there are relationships where Lion is not that interested because they're just not doing like super interesting or fascinating things in like a material sense with their life. But whereas I think they're really cool on like a relationship or emotional sense. So I just appreciate it's like kind of having twice as many like opportunities to connect. And of course, the really interesting relationships are ones where both Lion and I really are invested in a relationship with someone, but for different reasons. That actually all kind of address the theme of collaboration as well, which is, but I think to give a really specific example of collaboration, one of the issues that I as Dande run into is that I really want to trust people. I really want to see the best in people. I really want to be present with someone in imagining their best self and kind of helping manifest that into reality by believing in it. And that can lead me into trouble where I just trust people prematurely. I trust people who didn't actually warrant that trust because I wanted to see the best in them. And conversely, Lion here, I would say that my issue more is on the side of skepticism, on the side of being very, very very judgmental of people. I really expect people around me to be pretty fucking on it if I'm going to spend meaningful time with them because I'm a demanding and exacting person. And I think that can lead me astray sometimes in being too harsh with people and being too willing to write them off. And so in the past, when I didn't have good integration between Dande and Lion, it would sort of be either one or the other. Either I was way too trusting and would overextend in bad ways, or I'm way too skeptical and I'll slice people with the blade of my intellect without really giving them a chance. And so I'm working on finding that balance where I can kind of simultaneously hold where someone is and where they could be in a way that lets me be realistic in how I'm going to engage with them, but also support them in growth. Yeah, so I think that's about the duration of my presentation. And if people have any questions, I would be delighted to take them. Oh, one more thing I'll say is I think that for me, I think just having spent a lot of time paying attention to other humans, I think that this is actually pretty common. You know, I mean, it's rooted in the biology of the brain, and it's like I see a lot of ways in which other people kind of have dualities inside them and have different sides of themselves. But I think that society has really taught people to repress that, right? Because it's like, are you like schizo? Are you crazy? Do you have like BPD or something? It's really stigmatized to have different sides. And that doesn't mean that people won't have different sides. It just means that they'll hide them. For me, I found that really like leaning into being multipolar, to being a multipole, has been very empowering. I hope I've made that point clear. I think that a huge step in my own journey was letting Dande and Lion have different names, because by naming things, you kind of give them space to exist. You give them definition. I think it's a weird way, weirdly similar to how like creating an NFT for something kind of makes that art take on a life for its own. I think that for me, like having names for Dande and Lion, let those sides of myself take on lives of their own. So I think that if this is a direction that you'd be interested in exploring for yourself, I think coming up with names is like a ritual of summoning.
Yeah, I think it's very empowering, and I myself have been going by Penguin for over 20 years now. So I know exactly what you mean about kind of like it's like reclaiming your identity, and I've always respected and appreciated the multipole that you have, and kind of that appreciation that you bring to everyone. You're so talented, and it sucks and it's terrible to hear the struggles that we all have had in the past. And as Vinay says in the past, like the war against nerds is pretty much like a war against autism or people that don't really fit in as well. And so it's great to see that we're reclaiming our own identity and empowering each other. And it doesn't matter what other people think. It matters how we feel about ourselves. So with that, unless you have anything else, I think we should turn the floor over to Albite.
Sounds good to me.
Hey, hi. So yeah, this is, I mean, I guess this is my first time meeting a lot of you here. I'm kind of newer to MetaGame, but after I saw it, I'm more in the DeFi space than when I saw MetaGame. I'm like, yeah, this is what Ethereum was made for. So it's nice to meet everyone here. So my presentation was about incentivizing community through profit and sort of helping figure out how to align incentives between the people that are there for the moon and then the people that are there that they're actually engaged in the project and want to see it long term, because usually they kind of fight against each other. And let me pull up my presentation here. What I've found, especially in the DeFi spaces, is that a lot of people there are just there for a quick buck. Hold on, I totally forgot how to. I feel like a boomer, right? Okay,
it's in the bottom left corner.
There we go. Is it going?
Yep.
Yes, and if you hit the video, you can show
there we go.
Your camera.
Perfect.
All right.
Got it.
Oh, so yeah, so this is me, and that's my alias. It's like don't ask me why I did it. A lot of people just have random usernames. Anyway, so yeah, my background. So I'm an Ethereum fan since 2016. After I heard of this thing called Bitcoin, I think it was from like a Reddit ad with a little paint wizard that says magic internet money back in the day. Yeah, so then I fell in love with Bitcoin, and then I realized that Ethereum was the same thing, but you could program on it. And me being in high school at the time, I'm a lot younger than a lot of you here. Spent all my time in class just looking at Ethereum, doing stuff on it, playing around with it. And that was back when gas fees were reasonable, so you kind of could play around on it. And so then I've sort of in the finance space as a trader since 2017. And then I've been building on Ethereum since 2019. So yeah, my current main project is Array.finance. We did a CCO with DAO House. And that's and then yeah, community members. I like hanging out, and then the DAO spouse DAO House places, Raid Guild, MetaGame. So you might see me around in those places. And then previously I worked on Harvest Finance to help sort of unify a lot of their front end and sort of their overall structure. So yeah, anyways, I'm here to talk about DAOs. So you guys already probably know this, but DAOs are going to be the next big thing. I mean, there's already over $209 million in the past month that's gone into DAOs, and it's just, the AUM is just increasing a disgusting amount. And I think that DAOs are absolutely going to be the next big thing, and all the money is going to rush into them, which is good for us, but it's also kind of something we have to be prepared for, because we're going to get a lot of new people that are here for the money. And that's great, because that means we can pay our bills, but that means you have a new group of people you kind of have to wrangle to make sure that they don't sort of crowd out all the people who are here for the fundamentals. So to get started on that, what's the definition of a DAO token? Obviously, the SEC wants to declare it a security. It's not. It's a lot of things. It can be a lot of things. It can be certain things. It can be not certain things. But mostly it is a stake in a project, but it's not in the way that a stock is, because it is more like ownership, as you guys were talking about in the previous chat with NFTs, that it was sort of, it's proof of ownership of something. And instead of being beholden to a group of C-level board directors, you can directly influence it with your vote by holding the asset. And obviously some people use it for a quick moon. Is it a way to make friends like we are in MetaGame? I mean, it's worked for me so far. Is it an investment, or is it a reward for labor? And that's kind of some of these questions you kind of have to sort of spec out to really discover exactly what you want your DAO to do and what you want it to focus on, because you can certainly get way beyond this scope, and then that ends up running into trouble later on. So things to keep in mind, obviously, when you're trying to figure out how to wrangle these people is crypto markets are cyclical, and bull markets pump everything, even the junk. I mean, I'm not going to be out here saying which projects are garbage, but I mean, if something's programming and something doesn't even have smart contracts yet and is almost trading for $1, you kind of realize that you're in a market that's not just about the fundamentals anymore, which is a good thing. But you have these things where the crypto winters, because it's like a hyper cyclical market where things just go crazy parabolic and then crash, a lot of things will only be able to survive in bull markets. So you have to be able to prepare for the bear markets. And so, yeah, on the previous talk, it was DeFi, right? Because we had to build the foundation, and then NFTs is kind of where we are now. And then I believe DAOs are the next big step, because the community coordination, you can use community coordination for any single feature in the entire crypto ecosystem. You can have group ownership of things. It's very exciting. And so on this, you kind of have to learn some basics of game theory. It sounds way harder than it is, but it's really just it's a way to put strategic interactions into math. And it's also a great way to structure tokenomic models, because you have to make sure that everything plays nicely, because if it doesn't work in a vacuum, it's not going to work in the real world. And especially with sort of these tokenomic models, is the great thing and also a drawback of Ethereum is a lot of the stuff you build is immutable, which means that if you mess up, that's it. You can't really go back, which is obviously really scary if you're trying to build something out, because you're afraid that you're just gonna blow something up, and so you have to really be cognizant of that. One of the things with the DAOs, though, is that, and why I believe the DAOs are going to be very important, is the wisdom of the crowds. So yeah, Aristotle originally proposed this forever ago. I don't know the specific date. I'm not a historian. But it's also been proven mathematically. I can give you sources for this later on. I forgot to put them in here. But the average of the group's responses, if they are told to, I think the example was like pick the weight of an ox, and people guess widely off on both ends, but the average of their guess was incredibly close, if not exact, to that specific thing. Prediction markets tried this in 2017. You had Augur and you had Gnosis, which Gnosis transitioned to something else, and then Augur is like for betting now, but they were too early because they did not have the DAO coordination ability because that was still in its infancy. With these Wisdom of the Crowds thing is that you can create an autonomous self-sustaining protocol if you build it right. And that's the key thing, because if you can build it and then step away from it, then it should be able to run forever. So yeah, the current issues with DAOs right now is that there's a lot of idle capital. There's almost $1 billion in those DAOs, and a lot of it is just sitting in multi-sig somewhere or just sitting in a Moloch somewhere. I know my friend Bill, who works at DAO House, is building Pool Party, which is a way to sort of put that into yield farming things. But one of the other problems is that a lot of these crypto DAO tokens won't survive a crypto winter and a huge bear market, because a lot of them are just held up by future return speculation and things like that. And so there are two solutions to this. So there's actually three. Option one, which is what you guys went with, which was building a trustworthy community. The real APY was the friends we made along the way, where you basically make sure that the people who are holding the token and who are interacting with it are committed. And I don't want to say they should feel bad when they sell it, but they should certainly think twice before selling it. And this sort of creates this a community consensus that they're all not going to dump the token because everyone's building something great together. So that's metagame and all the metagame centric DAOs. I would put them in option one category. And then option two is building a financial incentive when Moon, right? So with this is if you create the DAO in a way where it manages funds, so where people are incentivized to, by placing a stake in the DAO, they are incentivized to make things that are best in their financial decision, which will end up being best for the entire DAO as a whole. And you add this with the Wisdom of the Crowds, and then you can end up getting very diverse and very different sort of hedge fund models that are very accurate and can outperform the markets in certain situations. And then kind of my project kind of goes in here. It's not a shill time, but I just wanted to put that in there. And one of the most important things about DAOs is that you need to prepare for bad actors, because with game theory and with social bonds and stuff, that can only go so far. You need to make sure that there are fail-safes in place where if something bad happens, that it does not ruin the thing because you don't trust, because trust is great, but if trust isn't there, the token should still be successful. And so some of these problems may be what happens if everyone dumps the token, what happens if it gets hacked, what if there's a community coordination failure, if someone is upset and you get like a very close vote and then they decide to fork. You have to go through all these things in your head before you submit that ERC20. And so yeah, it didn't have too much of a talk today, but it was there's some of my socials if you want to reach out. I'm kind of new in the Web3 space. I mean, like in the public Web3 building space, but I really like it here, especially coming from DeFi. It's much better, much kinder here. And yeah, if you want to reach out, just hit me up. I'm happy to talk at any time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was awesome. We might have a couple of questions for you. Let's look over at MetaFEST.
Oh yeah. Here's the jumper. It's very out of season, but I wanted to put it on. yeah, if you have questions, feel free to send them by.
Yeah, thanks for bringing up some of those protocols. I actually know most of those by name, and you highlighted some of the key ones. So I think that's kind of one of the things that I've seen is lacking for a lot of these groups is the combination, and people have kind of a siloed perspective. So they either know the social community or they know like the immune community. What's one of the ways that you think that we can help bring those communities together?
Well, you have to make sure that both people get their needs met, right? You have to make sure that people are incentivized to hold the token and engage with the community, as well as receive financial benefit from it. It doesn't matter how much financial benefit it is, as long as it's some, because I mean, with the market as it is now, if your token is not appreciating value, you're technically losing money, right? Because everything's pumping so much. And I'm not saying that you have to design some Ponzi model or anything, but just create sort of intrinsic value besides just, I expect that these people are going to build cool stuff in the future. So you need to, what do you say? So you need to sort of build that in, bake it into the model where it's not just the sort of, because that was a problem with a lot of the ICOs back in 2017, is that they were running on hype, and then when the hype ran out, they're gone, they're dead. So you have to build something, even if it's very small, like you could do like a profit incentive where, like, if you stake seed in MetaGame, for example, and later on in the future, people who stake seed, if you build a project that's affiliated with MetaGame, like 0.25% of all revenue goes to stake seed holders, or something like that, where you end up building a way for people to also make money on something where, like, I mean, for me, with my seed, I like you guys. I'm not going to dump it ever. But there are other people who their decisions may be more financially motivated. And you have to sort of bridge that middle ground without, like, sort of accepting the influx of Telegram degens and and making sure that you keep your core community engaged and feeling like they're not being drowned out by the people who are asking for 10x returns, right?
Yeah, you bring up a really good point about just kind of the way the community shifts when the model shifts, and also kind of the bridge that needs to be closed. So, like, as you say, pretty much like these social tokens need an automatic market make that buys back or gives kind of the liquidity that's not based on just the users. So that's good.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it a bit today with DAO House. I don't know if you were in the DAO House Discord this morning, but they did their second CCO, and it sold out in 75 seconds. But it was just filled with people that were like, "Hey, I want to get in. Why am I not eligible for it? When's the airdrop? All this stuff." And then, I was in there, and a bunch of people probably in this community were in there too, who were building and hanging out in there for the past 6-7 months. And then it just gets flooded with these people. You kind of have to figure out how to manage them as well as managing your community. It's almost like managing two separate communities that you kind of have to make sure stay together and go in the same way.
How would a community kind of recover if they went too far in one direction? How do you kind of like build up the morale and kind of switch back to a more stable middle ground?
That's a really good question. I personally, if it was me, what I would do is I would do sort of some DAO signaling votes with Snapshot or something, and sort of, I mean, I always think that the community can decide better than the core team most of the time. And if you let the DAO decide, I'm assuming that the core community members, as long as they've been rewarded fairly, they should have more of a say in the overall protocol direction. But later on in the future, if whales come in and try to shape that around. Obviously, you can use your your dev voice to kind of steer things in the direction where you want it to go.
So one of the other kind of crazy things with, if we're going to consider like the DeFi communities, is obviously the amount of hacks and just kind of security things that happen. How can you maintain like a community shifted idea and still kind of keep security?
That's something that personally we've had a lot of deliberation over and things, where because it's either you can build fast or build safely, and it's kind of hard to find a middle ground there. And so what we're going to do, because we're almost done with our code and we're going to obviously get it audited and stuff before we launch, but in the future what we're going to do is we're going to have the core pieces, and then we're going to build the pieces and then have the DAO vote if we should release it before it's done or not, right? Because then it's not solely on our shoulders if it breaks. Obviously, we're going through best practices where we're making sure, I mean, obviously sending it to my friends who are very security minded and things. You can only do so much before you release that into the wild, into the dark forest. But I think that as long as you give community the voice to where you can say, hey, if you want this now, we can release this now, or we can release this in 3 weeks if you want to wait for an audit. If you give people the option, I think that's the problem that a lot of these snapshot, especially the DeFi DAOs, because they've come from a DeFi place and then put a DAO on top rather than put a DAO first and then DeFi on top, where you have sort of the devs who are used to just building stuff and doing things as they see fit, having to kind of remember, hey, I have this community that I'm building for that should have a say in the thing, and then it ends up sort of not becoming a DAO if there can be a veto from the devs every time.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty centralized. If one team is committing code and controls budget and controls what people are allowed to vote on. So
yeah, obviously with things as they are now, and when you're early on in a project, it's much more centralized until you kind of release it into decentralized. And that, personally, that's a very scary thing, because you kind of have to, I mean, obviously if people have money on stake, that it's in their best interest to keep it running, but it is still scary. But it's one of those things where you kind of have to do it step by step, and sort of what we started with was we made a DAO multi-sig where we transferred the CCO funds into, where the core team's still on it, but community members can veto any multi-sig actions if they see fit. And we're going to be moving more towards just complete and utter decentralization in the next couple months.
Great, thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
Yeah, if there's any other questions in the chat, I'm happy to answer. But if not, I can get the floor to someone else, unless we still have some time. I'm not sure.
We still have a little bit of time, and you seem like you have a lot of knowledge. You got another 10 minutes you could talk.
You know, that sounds weird.
We got asked, what do you think about the NFT tacos?
Yeah, well, taco NFTs. Personally, NFTs for me, I get them, but I feel like it's going to mature, and the bubble's going to pop a little bit. I don't think it's going to completely crash like in 2018, but I think that a lot of things will reach their true value, which will be lower than it is currently in a lot of places. And I mean, obviously, it's art subjective. I may be very wrong on this, but it's something I'm not brave enough to just YOLO and buy a Beeple NFT. But
I was actually with Token Smart on that B20 Beeple tour. It was pretty crazy. The token itself wasn't important so much as the community and how.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's the community, and I think that Beeple has really built out a brand for himself, whereas a lot of these like I don't want to say no names like on OpenSea and stuff that are selling for like 10 ETH. I don't think those will last, but I think Beeple and some other like CryptoPunks and those like notable ones will last.
Right.
And then we have a question from Miss Anth, which is how do we help people transition to more intrinsic motivation? That's kind of on a case-by-case basis, in my opinion, where you have to sort of realize what people are good at in their strong suits, and basically, if they want to help, just let them help in whatever way. Because if you let someone help on something that they have elected themselves to do, they're more likely to want to stick with it. And I think that's also where you kind of have to wrap the DAO and the DeFi closer together to get that, because for a lot of these DeFi protocols, the DAO portion is just like it's honor bound, where you have to basically believe that, okay, the devs have fulfilled every single snapshot of what we've done so far, but it's not binding. It's something they can still override if they had to or if they decided to. And it's sort of something you have to kind of bake that in to where even you have to believe that even your own devs can be an adversary to decentralization, which is kind of weird thinking of yourself as an enemy to your own project, but you kind of have to go for every single corner, because if eventually you do have separate devs that aren't you and the entire core team, if the entire core team dies in a plane crash or something and you want the project to still run, you have to be able to make these decisions and code them in to where they can be.
Yeah, I think there was a recent post maybe in MetaFEST Public about a Gitcoin grant going on that will send your ether to your beloveds after you crash on that bus together.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think things like that are going to be, and it's going to be really weird having like estate lawyers be like, oh, here are your 12 seed words, like. But I think we'll be seeing more of that stuff later on, and I think that especially if you're going into law or something, you should certainly be familiar with cryptocurrency, because that's the way things are moving towards.
Yeah, definitely. Well.
So yeah, we have BitConnect memes in there.
Yeah, we have some.
You want to tell us maybe a little bit about MetaRadio?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
so yeah, I've spun up an instance of, I think it's like AzuraCast on one of my spare servers to host an internet radio station for MetaGame, and it's a really user-friendly interface. At least the admin panel is. So basically, people who are like want to manage the radio station could just drag and drop MP3 files in there, and then make playlists, and then make ad rolls that just all drop in there. And I think there's also a direct stream thing, so you can plug it into OBS and have like people do like direct DJ mixes and stuff. Any ideas on making crypto more accessible? Yeah, in my opinion, I think that crypto is actually going to be abstracted away, a lot of it, where it's going to be a lot of the stuff in the next 10 or so years that's going to be very successful is projects where people don't even realize they're using Ethereum unless they dig into it, where you have to, where it's kind of centralized because you have to trust someone is plugging it in to the network for you. But I think that that's one of the big barriers to adoption, is the kind of scary, you are your own keys. And while that's great for us, and I think a lot of people, the majority of people should be their own custodian of the keys, I think that for a lot of people, especially those who like the general public, will be using it in sort of platforms where they're not even aware that they're using it.
Yeah, we'll have, instead of security boxes at banks like we have now, we just have buildings of fireproof seeds that you can rent out.
Yeah, well, I think it's more like it would be like PayPal, sort of having their buying and selling crypto, but you'd actually be doing it underlying as well instead of just paper trades. Yeah, kind of like a service provider. Like I think what was it, Nifty Gateway, which is owned by Gemini. They have it where you're running on Ethereum, but it's very user friendly where you just need to know, okay, I want to buy this piece. You don't need to really know MetaMask. You don't need to know this much stuff, and you can just buy it.
Yeah, we've been playing Pictionary on Nifty Inc., which has been pretty fun. And it starts you with a burner wallet. So
yeah, no, things like that where it's 2 seconds. You don't even have to know what Ethereum is. You don't even have to know what XDAI is, right? You don't have to switch wallets or anything. You could just draw something and send it to the network.
Yep.
And then obviously, I think that'll be, especially the next 10 or so years with students, like younger students, will start playing around with those things like people used to play around with like programming projects back in the day when like the internet was early, and then sort of fall down the rabbit hole of Ethereum and then become an Ethereum developer.
Yeah, definitely. We have a comment about playing around on Ethereum being expensive, but I do like the movement to XDAI right now. It's been pretty nice.
Yeah, I really think that it's a temporary problem with Ethereum, and it's not really a problem. Like if you think about it, it's kind of a good thing.
Good problem to have. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like these other projects. I'm not like an Ethereum maximalist or anything by any means. I think that if something does come along truly that's better, then I'm not like married to Ethereum. But even though I'm wearing a Ethereum jacket, but Ethereum has almost 7 years of development, and it basically first mover advantage. It's unforkable now because of all the DeFi and projects that are built on top of it. The only way I think for another protocol to sort of, I don't think it's going to be like a winner take all scenario, but I think that Ethereum will have dominant market share unless like disaster happens with EIP 1559 and the miner situation, or something terrible happens with like a protocol failure. But I think that the high fees and the way that people are like saying, "Oh, I hate these $60 fees," and then they still do it anyway, it is a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
Because if people didn't want to use the network, then the fees would be low, and really it would the problem would solve itself. But it's mainly we just need to put more lanes on the highway.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thanks for everything.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to kind of
so
put my
back
face public.
to Meta Radio again.
Yeah.
So that's going to be streamable in crypto voxels and through the MetaGame domain.
Yeah, it should be in the MetaGame domain already. I'm not sure. I think it's empty right now until people put music in, and sort of that's not my forte because I'm going to pick terrible music, but it should be, because it's a direct stream link, so it should be able to be in basically anything you can put a link in.
Great.
And then
I should start getting you some media, huh?
Yeah. We got one more question. I think I could probably take this one, which is, how do you see DeFi teams addressing the great migration? I think that's really just going to be on a case-by-case basis. Between people will decide to do just a complete overhaul of the entire DeFi, of their entire DeFi protocol that's like ETH2 compliant and future-proof. And then you have some that will probably build it with upgradable contracts that'll go through, and then some that may even just stay on ETH1. Is there a greater desire to branch out to L2s, pick one and move, or just stay on L1? I mean, we're building ours on L1, but that's mainly because we started building in September before this whole situation happened. But I think that the good thing is, like with Optimism and these new L2 things, is that it's just basically drag and drop with a few lines of code. And I think that the way that you can basically just pick up an entire project and move it is fantastic. So yeah, I don't want to take up too much more time. I want to make sure you guys get back on schedule here.
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks. Now you took up just enough time, and now we're going to move on to Hitchhiker's Guide.
Yep. Thank you, everyone, for having me. It's nice to finally be in a place where I can be public, and it's not really it's not as scary as Ethereum normally is. Yeah, I'm pretty friendly, so if you just want to chat, just hit me up. I'm happy to talk about whatever. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for jumping right in and plugging into MetaGame with all full force ahead.
Yeah, you know, go big or go home, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, up next we have Hitchhiker's Guide with Soul Sister. Soul Sister, have you made it into the room? I'm not seeing you at the moment. All right, I'm gonna go get my octopus costume and my boombox. Be right back.
I got my octopus costume on.
Okay. What's with all the Post-it notes behind you?
Oh, you know how some people have GitHub issues that they track. I'm on board. I have a literal physical note Post-it system that has a whole bunch of the crap that I need to do. So,
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, great. I have audio problems.
It looks like you're in the dark with like.
1 sec, please.
Yeah. So as I've got the in progress.
I don't have Chrome installed on this laptop, so I'm in Brave now. 1 second.
It should be okay.
I hadn't checked my audio setup on this one. Let me try this. Okay, my camera, let me check which one that is.
It might be up by the bar here.
Let's take this one.
Oh,
okay, now you can hear me?
I can hear you.
Only 1 minute late. Let me try and share a screen too. Okay, looks good.
We do not see your screen yet. There we go.
Here we go.
Now if you click video on again, we can see you as well.
Say again.
If you click the video on again, we should be able to see you picture in picture.
Yes, I'm trying to.
It's in the middle of the screen by that mute button.
I get it. Yes. Okay. Good. And now you see me both?
Wonderful.
Okay, here we go. Cool. So we're on?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Good to go. The floor is yours.
Perfect. So first of all, I really look forward to this talk. I think the first talk I have ever given on Hitchhiker's Guide to Token Engineering, it was, I think, April or May last year in MetaGame. And it was really before we even kicked it off. It was about the idea. Back then, it was just the idea that we're going to, we have this knowledge about token engineering only in a few heads, and we need to get this out. We need to make that accessible. And the book seemed just a good idea. And there was no more, intentions to get where we are now. But just to get this book together, a community sourced, crowd-funded book on token engineering, make it, make it public, print it, try out the token model, infra, the token model generation, we're writing about it, and so on. And now, after multiple Gitcoin grants, after getting really good community writers to work with me on different chapters, after multiple Gitcoin grants, it's really cool that basically, first of all, we have the opportunity to really make a Web3 book with appropriate, appropriate, how do you call it? The not attestation, but appropriate royalty sharing, and basically, I lost that one word. I will get it. So, anyways, yes, basically, we are. I'm just hanging on that one word. So sorry. Let me just move over that, and I will get that one word. But what I'm really excited about is not just that we are basically creating great content. We have tried it out, but also this opportunity to really publish a digital book, have the attributions finally. Contributor attributions handled in an automated and decentralized way. The ability to even, ditch Amazon for real and have maybe this book ship globally through a decentralized peer-to-peer distribution network. Even that seems possible in the near future. So that's what gets me excited. So I will try and make it short, like around 20 minutes. And then we can either go back to the blueprint, basically the overview chapters, and then talk maybe about the chapters and content a bit more. Or if you like, basically, at the end, how would this Web3 publishing house, how could it look like? Could we have a storefront in MetaGame? And then even go further into if we have this, digital publishing network where we have crowdsourced, community funded, contributor attribution, royalty sharing. Could we even basically create this distribution network, not just of self-publishing of a person, but really a network of publishers of this book? And at the end, unleash the token model, and that basically seems to be the free ride. So this is the overview, and I really like to see that finally we're able to say some of the chapters are almost done, like the token model generation with which this whole crazy ride started, and I will give a bit more overview of that in a moment. But also the other chapters like crypto economics patterns and application domains that Willy is writing currently is pretty cool. It is well sorted about patterns that we see outside, well sorted into value creation pattern and value accrual and distribution patterns, and basically things we've seen in funding through ICOs, but also in DeFi and in all of the Web3 data and compute layer. Basically, what kind of patterns do we see and whether they might be applicable in different domains. Then my personal favorite, that was a surprise, is the epilogue, an interface to moral philosophy for token engineers. That was truly life-changing. and it's a difficult chapter, but thankfully we have Jess, the Rainbow Warrior there, who is going to help us make it more accessible. But we got that chapter downloaded literally from a polymath, Fabian Bruder, in October, and had some fun with. Now he's lost in, he's MIA somewhere in Bali, but in good health. Good. Then yes, legal engineering chapter. That's a really good one, led by Esen Esener, and yeah, she goes into legal design and basically how we can embed this ethical thinking and legal design from the beginning and not just as an afterthought. Yes, so token model generation. Well, that is the chapter actually that was supposed to be the book, but then all of the other chapters came together because it's not just about creating a token model, but actually really having this token engineering tool belt and making that accessible. So after we can go into token model generation later if you would prefer that. But it's really about after creating this token model, how are we going to actually deploy it onto privacy preserving participatory architectures? What is the SEC DevOps equivalent in token networks? And in general, basically the decentralization of this organization that deploys the system. It's also super important part, but as you see, those are the areas we have not yet started, but I'll be working with Anish and Lawrence on these chapters. Token model generation, as said, it's become huge. We started writing it in May last year, and in end of June we already spun off a course, Ecosystem Value Flows in Token Engineering Academy, and we have now 2 cohorts. Basically, over 40 people have used those templates and canvases and also have improved them. And we are deploying them in 2 case studies, etc. So it's really bringing, design thinking slash systems thinking together in a way that actually helps define this model that we are generating with all of our assumptions in a way that can be put into computer-aided design. And most of you know or have heard of these tools like CAD and Token Spice that helps actually run those scenarios and see what our assumptions imply in dynamics and over multiple runs. And also it's great to have a computer-aided design because that means you can actually connect this to the deployed real-world system and get the data and basically replace your certainly well-founded assumptions with actual data from the token network that you deployed. All in all, super exciting. And that was basically also after realizing that, every time we share this content, we get feedback that makes it even more valuable. It was that we decided this book definitely has to have its own repository and be public good, be a living book, and the Gitcoin grant that has now come together hopefully will help to fund that. So yes, how does the coordination work of this book? Basically, as said, I started the curation of it, but of course, when we want to scale it, it will become a token curated repository of content. It is crowdfunded. The Gitcoin grant that we have now in its 4th round, feel free to support us there, is going to actually help, keep that repository up to date, maintain it. And when we want to scale, multiple editions, and especially also print, different languages, etc. And if we get the hang of this Web3 publishing, actually it makes definite sense to have a token for Hitchhikers, and of course the token would be called TWL, TWL. Anyways, it's community sourced, as I said, and we tried different things, and the people who stuck around are actually the ones who went through the ecosystem value flows course, meaning the content of the chapter 4, and those people are the ones who actually enjoy to contribute, enjoy to learn, and then to share what they have learned. So it's definitely an initial gift economy, because none of us could be actually be taken care of with the Gitcoin grant that we have funded, but none of us is contributing because of that, but because we actually enjoy the curation and bringing together this knowledge into coherent chapters. Again, crowd published and crowd marketed, and we had multiple runs how this could be done, and I will get later to this, but only after we said, okay, we're writing about token engineering, token economies, we say this book can have a token model, and it was just amazing to have gotten the possibility now also with the let me put it that way, creative economy stack that is starting to be usable, that we get the opportunity to go and have a Web3 publishing house. I will get to this in a moment. Just maybe a few updates on basically what we also had to learn. I said it was super important that we ditch deadlines or that we try to raise so much money that people who don't need that actually sit down and spend their time writing those chapters together. It was more about finding the intrinsic motivation, even for myself. This hunting for insights is what actually gets us to contribute, and to make that basically work better for all of us. It was super helpful to say, okay, we have we have a newsletter now, and basically chapter leads get to co-own it and share their articles, insights, an interview they might have done. So make sure to subscribe there. A couple of articles are also already in the pipeline. We are organizing an outreach series for each chapter, basically either a webinar, deep dive, just an overview, or also bonfire chats, especially, for example, about the transdisciplinary art of doing science and engineering for these token economies. That's going to be a nice chat for sure. And as said, we have the content and everything, but all of us, if we get to make time, then we enjoy writing and putting this content together, and aren't the best, PR people. So if you want to join and help us there, you're very much welcome. And it's, again, if you enjoy these topics, you will have your fun as well. Yes, and the last part, basically, that we really get this content. Everyone has their own way of, creating their content, taking notes. I use Mirrorboard. Others use only Google Docs, etc. At the beginning, we tried to standardize that, and that was a catastrophe. So everyone has their own style, has their own content, but we will make sure that we use the Gitcoin grant to actually funnel that content into so-called evergreen nodes and make that a living book in its own repository, which will have a source cred, and the grants will go towards its maintenance. So that is coming soon. If you are a good organizer of GitHub repositories, and if you are into into the content of this book and would like to work with us, that is definitely also a place to get involved. The publishing process. Now that is the fun part, where we have the most news. Is that like the principle is I do the curation and coordination, and I really, really like it. But once we have it done once, and once we have this pipeline ready that goes into the GitHub repository, and the process is done once, we can scale that, and that can become a token created process, definitely. It will definitely outperform what I can provide as a single person, of course. So this first step is the open sourcing of content and design. As said, there will be this process of wherever the content resides, from the initial community sorcerers, the step of taking that and bringing it into GitHub, the attribution of the authors, co-authors, and contributors, attribution of editors and creators, of designers, and also of developers will be done in this small community in which we trust each other for the start. But definitely we are creating this process such that it will be automated. And this was really a great surprise and present, a gift. After the second cohort, one of the aspiring token engineers, Tanner, actually came out of the woodworks with Pictosis, which is this NFT system for creators, where basically developers get to design NFT policies of attribution, of royalty sharing, etc., and we can plug this together. So that gave us a whole new confidence, basically, where we said, okay, let's just go Web3 first and forget the hard copy part. We knew that most of the revenues come from print of books. That is what it is. However, the numbers really sucked, especially if you're doing, applying these token models. You have the ecosystem, and then an actor in that ecosystem is this Web 2.0 siphon of Amazon. If you want to have the freedom not just to publish in KDP, like Kindle, or their direct publishing, then they basically take 70% of the revenues. This is insane. And if you look at the numbers, Amazon has over 70% of market share in ebooks and 64% in print sales. And why are we doing all of this? And that's when I saw this picture of Jeff, don't live a life full of regrets. If you're going to length of publishing on token engineering and Web3, and go the length to not just publish a book, but make it community source, crowdfunded. That just doesn't make sense. And we said, okay, you know what? At least we have with Pictosis a way to actually create and accrue the value in the digital publication of this much better than we could do it on Lulu or whatever the other self-publishing platforms are. Let's just focus on that and see what happens. And we said no hard copy, whatever funding we get or whatever, whatever funding we get, we wanted to fund Pictosis to be able to run the prototypes. But now, of course, with all of this NFT craze, Pictosis doesn't have a problem with funding. So it looks good that we can get the first prototypes with the first chapters being finished. But then something else happened. And that was really the amazing part. In January, I met with Boson Protocol, and these they are really amazing. They have this game theoretic embedding of trust minimize digital to physical transfer of value, basically. So anything you want to make float from the metaverse to the universe, that becomes possible with Boson Protocol. They're just starting off, but the protocol is already in place. I had the chance to actually look at their ecosystem value flows as well, and joined as an ecosystem architect, and basically look really forward to the day when we basically have the NFT system of a Hitchhiker's Guide to Token Engineering, and basically can play with this new design space of actually handling all of the royalties and all of the attributions of this digital content that is partially free, or actually it is free. The content in itself is free, but the different formats we can play around with different revenue models, revenue sharing models, etc. on the digital side, and then basically how we can, on top of all of that value creation and value sharing, actually, create a network of publishing bubbles that can pop up anywhere in any place. There is interest on having this special book of token engineering, and again, I've always felt the connection with MetaGame, and even the MetaFEST basically slogan is like, let's manifest the future. I don't know when we will be able to go for this physical crypto native distribution part, but just to know that it's become a possibility, makes me go wild. And I hope to find people in MetaGame who are as excited, as we are about these possibilities that we have now. But first of all, right now we're focusing on finishing the content, right? And focusing on the possibilities we have now with this digital nifty attribution and royalty streams, get the repository together, get the working and collaboration of content creators, developers, and media designers. Of media designers, we don't have much or many. Format creators, that means people who can actually take the content and create webinars, courses. We have experience with doing courses. It works like a charm. Podcast, whatever you can imagine, what you can basically recreate and remix with the content that we have. Yeah, and then basically the crypto native distribution of actually printing the books anywhere and bring them to physical storefronts or directly to readers. That's also a fun part, but it's almost like an afterthought. That's I believe it's just going to happen. And all of these really, really old things in publishing, like ISBNs for the publisher of record, I would love to see MetaGame be the publisher of record. It's really just numbers on a ledger. And it just screams for, please replace us. Okay, so basically I have, unfortunately, as always, taken the full time. I wanted to stop 10 minutes earlier so we can actually pick and discuss which topics you might be interested in.
Well, I'm super interested in all of it, and I appreciate you taking the full time. We have Pictosis speaking later in the week, Friday, so that's exciting. Yeah, Friday, I think at 5:30 UTC. Let me double check that. Yeah, 5:30 p.m. UTC. We have them talking. We also have an NFT artist workshop on the 22nd.
Yeah.
So that's pretty exciting. And I personally like the excitement of all this content creation and the movement of publishing forward. I think it's super important to take it back. And
yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think there's it's like the universe conspires, and we just go with the flow. I think all of this has been, changed so many times. It feels like now all of the puzzle pieces are actually there.
Yeah, I got some pretty deep goosebumps after you said that. So we're moving in the right direction, probably.
Cool. Okay, I look forward to hearing from anyone interested in this. I'm Sol Sister on the Discord server.
Yeah, check in our MetaFEST public page. A lot of people follow up there and ask questions.
Yeah, perfect.
Anyone that needs to join the Discord, go to metafest.metagame.wtf, and you can get to our live stream there, our discourse, and other ways to interact with us.
Sargam.
Ciao, ciao. Thank you.
Take good care. Have fun. Bye-bye.
Bye. How's it going, MZ?
Not bad. I put together a talk with Jeff Emmett for this one. I had signed up to talk on Friday, and I realized I had a talk today too, and so I'm ready to go. Lucky that fortunately I get to talk about things I spend a lot of time thinking about, so it wasn't too hard to put together.
Sounds good. So you can share your screen, and then if you click the video image again, it'll picture-in-picture yourself. It's nice to have a face with the voice.
All right, so we got this, and we want to switch to present. So I think we're good there. Jump back to here, and you said the dots. I can do it.
The video next to the dots, just the camera button, camera icon next to the hang up button.
Got it. I got it.
Boom, boom.
Right. Did I lose the screen share? I don't see it anymore.
I don't know.
Yeah, we lost the screen share.
Apparently, it doesn't like me.
Well,
okay.
MetaGame likes you. Okay.
Cool. That's fine. You don't need to see my face.
We know what you look like.
Anyway, so we are going to talk about networked media, and as I just said, I put these slides together in the last hour with Jeff. He'll be around to help with Q&A as well, since I'm going to try to keep this to half the time, maybe a little more, since like Sebnem, I also tend to run long. But I think this will be an interesting mixture of applied and sort of theory. I'm a PhD research scientist, so I get a little bit nerdy, but I'm going to tether it to reality. So we're going to start by revisiting this concept of media. And so I particularly like what this framing of media as basically that which carries human communication beyond short range of voice. So like we talk to each other, but here we're talking via the Jitsi and these communication networks, but sort of the extent to which we've extended the range of human. What was that? Hello?
I think that was an accident. Carry on.
No worries. So the extent to which we can extend our voice, our communication beyond the scope of our immediate space and time, right? So like there's long range communication through like transporting the information so that I'm talking to people all over the world, but there's also this degree of permanence or like sort of temporal carrying of that communication. And so we're actually going to be thinking about media in this very like general sense of carrying communication. And that means we express ourselves and we create things and people then later consume them. And so this example is going all the way back to cave painting, all the way up to a sort of our modern, quote unquote, networked media, social media, et cetera, by way of, for example, a printing press, which actually, you first start mass producing words and books and pictures. They can spread out both in space and in time through that media. Brief history, right? This is just like some clip art from the internet. There were some really involved academic ones, and there's some relatively, sort of, like I said, clip arty things. But again, this idea that this is something that's been evolving for a long time. Like we as humans, we want to express ourselves. We want to create things. And it can be anything from monumental architecture, like we are still experiencing the expression of the pyramids and other things that were created by humans that expressed some meaning to them and maybe don't even have the same meaning to us as the original creators. But this idea here that sort of media is that which carries our expression beyond us. And today we have this sort of crypto universe emerging where we're expressing ourselves in all sorts of interesting ways. In particular, we're even, individually or in small groups designing and manifesting economic forms. And then like through those expressions, we're continuing to, communicate with each other or even provide new means of communication between each other. And there's some really interesting things happening if you interpret the evolution of the sort of technos, like, social space that we're operating in as a kind of communication in and of itself, not just the act of communication through it, but the creation of the thing as a media event, so to speak. And so, I'm going to pause to disambiguate between things that are sort of persistent and temporal, because one of the examples that is in even the Wikipedia article is smoke signals, right? That is a means of communication, or like Morse code or something that is like you have a communication event or even a telephone call or a spectacle or an event like a concert. There's these things that are expressions that happen kind of at once and they're gone. And that ephemerality has an effect on their meaning. But that doesn't make them any less media. On the other hand, we have more persistent things, movies, you have sort of semi-persistent things like emails. You kind of get the idea here, though, that there's a wide range all the way from, I mentioned the pyramids on one hand, monumental architecture in stone to, sort of these very transient events that occur in short periods of time and don't leave any particularly significant trace behind. I mean, maybe some metadata, but besides that, that's still just information about the thing. It's not the thing itself. And anyone who's attended a concert but then has something left over to say, hey, I was there, sort of understands this interesting relationship between the communication of the thing that says I was there and the event itself that you were at. And honestly, I think we're already starting to see this mentality adopted when you see things like proof of attendance protocol tokens, where on one hand you can do a thing and the thing itself might have involved some communication or something meaningful in its own right, but then the extra piece of the artifact, so to speak, is actually a communication about a thing that was gone. And there's still a linkage between those. And so we're going to talk about media in the context of networks and people and events and things and how they relate to each other, so that we can better understand how to engage with them, how to understand what's happening around us, how to better participate in the creation of those new systems. So in networks, we describe everything in terms of vertices and edges, or nodes and links, or depending on your particular like vernacular, you might use these different terms, but ultimately you're just talking about sort of points and connections or pairings between points. And you can have richer descriptions, but for the basics of this, we might have multiple kinds of vertices or multiple kinds of nodes. We might have multiple kinds of edges, but ultimately we're just going to describe everything by saying, here's a type of node, here's a type of edge, here's an edge that connects two types of nodes, and that helps us understand a sort of just like a basic relational like ontology, like how things how the meaning of things interrelates. And so if I want to take this view, I could say all media is networked media on the grounds that if media is communication, then we always have creators and consumers. So you have a blue dot for the one or more person involved in the creation of the media. Then you have the artifact or the event itself, and then you have the consumer, or the side that receives the communication. And this can happen in lots of different ways. And also, in particular, some relationships between media is latent. It's dependence. There's an explicit dependency or an implicit dependency, a citation, or even a literary allusion. And we'll touch on that briefly later. So a couple examples. We threw together, I don't say threw together. We wrote a paper on scaling the global commons based on DLT with a large group of co-authors. It's really fun to collaborate, but ultimately you could say that there's a group of co-authors who are together the creators, and then there's the artifact itself, the paper. It's a digital artifact. It doesn't really have it's not a physical instance of a paper, but it's something that will be sort of available in databases and whatnot in the future as a residual artifact of that creation event. And so we can see how this neighborhood of the media event emerges. Now, you can also think about the consumption side of this. Now, a collective consumption is just when lots of people consume the same piece. So actually, in this example, we could say, maybe I guess that's like 7 of us worked on this paper. And also there's some references to, the editors and people who actually helped review it. But ultimately, this thing becomes produced and goes to publication. And now anyone who finds that artifact in any of these platforms is a sort of collective consumer, or even if it's not synchronous, it's still the consumption of the same artifact. Or another example, which is synchronous, is a radio broadcast. Or honestly, if we go back to our example of the pyramids, people have consumed that artifact, that piece of media for, I guess, millennia. And maybe they've had different experiences with it, but you could argue that in this graph, there was the people who produced it, and then the people who consumed it, numbering in, honestly, I don't even begin to know where to count on either side, considering the human power required to produce it and the number of years for which people have been traveling there to consume those works. But you kind of get the idea that we have these graph structures in theory, but then we can start to look at how they would fill in. And I like this. It's sort of a tongue-in-cheek quote that's attributed to Picasso that great artists steal, though this quote investigator link is an attempt to verify whether that's true. I'm going to use this little example. I'm not sure if this will play through the presentation, but this is like a sample of a Girl Talk, which is a mashup band. And actually the thing I like about this video is that it actually shows the references as you go through it. These are the different things being sampled as you were to listen to it. And one of the nice things about looking at mashups as an example of compositions is that there tends to be, at least with popular ones, like analysis of what was composed. less direct examples of this might be, I alluded to literary illusions, which is like when something in one book, for example, or a movie references a plot item or a character from another one without directly citing it. You're just like building on the ideas or tapping into the consumer's knowledge of the other thing. And so that's another way in which the media itself can be directly related. It can also have technical dependencies where like one thing isn't possible without another. Anyway, the case may be actually a good example would be if there were a recording of this talk that itself is an artifact, but it's as a dependency the spectacle or the event of me giving the talk. It has as a dependency the artifact, which is this slide deck. And so you could see how this part of the artifact's direct relations might exist. And then the real media networks end up being these messy webs of people and stuff. And really that's where we're going, is that these messy webs of people and stuff are not entirely visible, and the value of things is inherited from those networks, even if they're not very visible. So, someone might consider this a particularly valuable talk if they, listen to it, get inspired, and go on to create some awesome software. Then maybe this talk is somewhere deep in the network that gave rise to that without ever really being all that important on its own. But some of its value could be inherited from the fact that it motivated, incentivized, or enabled someone to do something else. And we can see that the web ends up getting pretty messy, and it's not really clear what contributed to what directly, or I guess indirectly. We can kind of fill in the direct links insofar as we keep track of them. There's an entire sort of sub-discipline in library science related to bibliometrics and the idea that you could keep track of like at least scientific provenance of these kinds of interconnectedness, but I don't see it being that extensively applied to more general or collective or folk works. And so, when I say folk works, I really just mean stuff made by anybody. And it's true that a lot of that stuff is incredibly valuable, at least to the people who made it, and more often not eventually is a contributor to something else. And as higher order things emerge, there's kind of a tendency to attribute all the credit to like the last one or two people who contributed to it, when in reality, we really have these deep contribution networks that eventually give rise to, anything that has a meaningful impact on our lives. And that's not to say that the ends aren't, the end production isn't important, but that the very fact that the end production was important generally implies that it taps into something wider or more basic, which would imply that it's more deeply connected, at least at the consumer side, if not on the producer or creator side. And so I'm going to kind of steer towards the end of this talk by tying this into things like NFTs and, metadata and events. And so I like to point out that the sort of power of any particular media is what it communicates and to whom, and really under what circumstances. So if we look at something like this sort of recent, creation and the event of selling the Beeple 5,000 days, it's like there's a lot baked in there. For one, it's got a derivative references to all of the earlier pieces. It has the event of the sale itself, which was stewarded by an entity that has a role in sort of art auctions to begin with. There's a whole bunch of stuff mixed in with this. And it's really, I think for a lot of people, about communicating, the very notion of NFTs and the sort of the emergence of this sort of digital blockchain enforced art form. And you could almost argue that the value creation was as much in taking the existing pieces and composing them and sort of saying, and here is a new thing, and it exists in this, as a record on a blockchain that created its value, because all of the pieces already existed. So it was in a way the spectacle of the sale and the composition event that created the value, and it communicated something about the importance or relevance or value of these objects. On the other hand, on the other side of the slide, I have something like totally the opposite, like completely valueless NFTs to most people. They come from my real life context. So like I had some meetings on the weekend. I hung out with some of the MetaGame folks. We played a vocal Pictionary game, and we like drew a picture. Somebody drew a picture while we tried to sing the song they were drawing. Super fun. And as an event, it passed. The artifact itself is effectively a digital footprint of a memory, but it has value to me because I can associate it to that experience. And technically I could transfer it. Not sure that I would have any reason to, because why would anyone else value it more than I do? Because for me, it's a sticker of sorts, a representation of a memory. And on the other hand, I have this one that I'm minted for two of my friends who I had a meeting with, and we were discussing some NFTs and some guild stuff related to the Near platform, and we talked a little bit about networks, so you can see the little network drawing. But all it actually represented is that event happened, and I made it to make a point, which is that I think that it's very valuable to do proof of attendance protocol like things, but in a slightly richer way that contains not just the event itself, but possibly some relationship information about with whom and sort of maybe what other dependencies were there. And so, as a sort of toy experiment, I minted this, and I actually only minted 2 of them so far because one of the attendees has not sent me their address yet, at which point I will mint the 3rd one. Point being here is these don't have to be valuable or resold to actually fill their role in communicating, because I don't have to sell it to communicate something. It actually, even just seeing that it's present, if you were to go to zargum.eth and see that thing, it would still succeed in communicating something to you. Maybe very little because you weren't there and you don't know what the thing represents, but at minimum it represents or communicates something to me and to the other people who are present. Which sort of brings me to the end of my talk, which is a tie-in to this ongoing discussions around the meta pubs and meta skills, and this idea that we're actually trying to do something a bit like cartography in cyberspace. If we say that cyberspace is, in a sense, the space made up of all of this media and all of these actions, and including the economic communications, then we could interpret what we're doing when we start to build data structures and create standards and find these minimalist, sort of not overly expressive things. They're just enough to build the graph. And then all of the other details are context specific. So, in this example, I almost always include some sort of extra structure for something like an IPFS CID, because the idea is that all the rest of the details are not required by the standard, right? The standard just says it's a thing, any artifact, or even arguably any reference to an event, which might require an artifact that describes the event, but even that artifact is just a reference, a communication about the thing that happened that was transitory or ephemeral. And so, we're exploring these standards. Anyone who's interested in kind of playing at this with us or going on this quest would be just sort of interested in coming and joining this HackMD. There's links to it in the MetaGame forum, I believe, under the meta pubs and meta skills proto-spec threads, but we largely moved it out of the forums into a little bit of co-hacking, little discussions here and there of POCs. And personally, I think the challenge here is to make something that is useful for everyone, that hence standard. So rather than making a whole new project or a new DAO or a new anything, we're just basically saying, come hang out, talk sometimes in the Telegram channel or in the MetaGame Discord, or hack and add edits or comments into the HackMD. And I'm talking to one of my friends who's at Protocol Labs about possibly making some POCs of some simple meme games. We're still exploring the right way to get that done, but it doesn't really matter who builds POCs, because the whole point of the standard setting is that you should be able to implement these things all the way from basically raw Solidity contracts all the way to sort of baking them into some more advanced platforms that are doing any number of different kinds of publications, because the idea is that if we follow some really basic data structure conventions, you can piece these graphs back together by thinking of them as sort of metadata of the network. So in a sense, you would have a unique address associated with the artifacts. And of course, we already have addresses associated with people, in particular things like the proof of attendance protocol tokens defining past events, and even like ENS, right? Like people who are starting to identify certain addresses to their identity by choice are essentially creating the blue nodes in these media networks. And they can both produce and consume things depending on how they engage with that system. So that's the kind of invitation. It's been a pretty informal quest thus far. We basically people just hack on it on their own terms and then report their learnings. And if they want to edit the HackMD, they do it. And my hope is that we can sort of emerge a better understanding of networked media and actually manifest it so that we can crawl those graphs and actually see, trace back the origins of some of the things that we find really valuable, and even maybe, better appreciate the sort of idea, I guess, that, even culture can be thought of as a public good, and it doesn't have to be monetized directly, meaning you sold it for it to be valued. And sometimes the trick to getting people to value things is to get people to see things. And then you can worry about whether someone pays for it or not later. You can just start with, well, you can't really value something until you know that it's there. So with that, I will say thank you. And I guess I only left 5 minutes for Q&A. Sorry about that, but at least some.
No sorries. I think it's good. It just means that you talked through all the possible questions and answered them already. And I think that what you're saying here at the end, it ties in a little bit to what MetaDreamer and Drew were talking about, making your NFT CV be your avatar in crypto boxes or something. Be like, this is my identity. This is who I am. This is what I showed up to. These are the steps that I took to participate in this ecosystem. And I like the idea of thinking of it like a map of where you've been, a map of what you're contributing.
And where you might go. I mean, one of the things that's interesting about this is it's a map of a territory that we're creating. So in a sense, once you start to see the map, you can also start to think about what's not mapped yet, but also how you might manifest that or bring it into existence. And I think this is one of the tricky things. Is there's a tendency for people to think about what they can log about the past in a sense, but once you can start to do that, you can actually think more about what you could do to create the future you want, because you can envision what the graph would look like in your ideal world, and then find other people who feel similarly and then collaborate to actually produce those artifacts.
Definitely. And I think it ties into with metagame, figuring out skill trees and using NFTs along the way, possibly for that, to lead you in directions, to pick up new skills, to connect with the experts. And Deep Work works alongside too of metagame as an embassy, and they have a pretty good structure going on for their skill trees. And yeah, I think this is like the new resume, in a sense, like, but much more than that too,
It's relevant in both so I had given some talks in the past, one at the Blockchain for Science conference in Berlin, like maybe 2 years ago. And I was talking about a lot of these same concepts from the perspective of science, and the need for these kinds of attribution networks to help sort of tease out the productive work from what often becomes this highly over-metricized, produce more citations versus the sort of underlying value created through the sort of exercise of scientific processes, creative processes. And I think it holds doubly true for sort of culture and art and anything that you're producing who, may only have its value through its, through what it communicates, through how people engage with it or feel about it. And that, otherwise you kind of collapse into this sense that well, sort of, I guess there's a whole art theory track one could go into to sort of reason about, modernism and postmodernism and meaning and blah, blah, blah. But the nuts and bolts of it for me is that I've engaged in sponsoring, in producing and consuming art. And all that really matters for me is ultimately how that, what that art communicates to me and what I would be attempting to communicate through the sponsoring or participation of those pieces. And, once you sort of recognize it as communication, then you could say that it's literally in the eye of the creator and the eye of beholder. And those are just two different perspectives on the same object. And as long as one or both of those things is valuable to you, then you should, that should be discoverable or that should be identifiable. Doesn't mean everyone has to agree. It just means you have a big graph of people who thought it mattered enough to produce it and people who thought it mattered enough to consume it, and whether they thought the same thing is actually lost because you're just looking at those as different edges in the same graph.
Yeah. And it's a more transparent way to I don't know, put your money where your mouth is, in a sense. You know, we go through the current capitalistic system and maybe buy stuff that we don't actually need or want, but you're repping it, you know. And this is like I don't know, this is correcting that from the get-go, in a sense.
Yeah, and I think we're building the tools to make this a little bit more foundational. I think one of the reasons why I talk about this in a context like metagame, even though I've been working on network science for longer than there have been blockchains, is that suddenly now we start to see people instantiating new socio-technical infrastructure that's capable of being designed with these things in mind from the beginning, rather than trying to like paste them on after the fact. We can just say like, this is foundational stuff. And insofar as we have standards and norms around respecting this stuff, then it can just be baked in, and maybe people don't have to think about it because it's literally baked into the way our stuff works. When it's not baked into how our stuff works, then it's either ignored or we have to think about it a lot.
Right. Well, you definitely left me with a mind full of questions that I'm gonna have to follow up on. And I think that we're gonna bounce back to Peth, who's still in his basement going through the slides that he was going through earlier.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Peth, are you there? Oh, I jumped the gun. Peth, you were here.
I think I heard that he's running as fast as he can. Octo things don't work as well on land as they are advertised.
I'm picturing like a mask running down the street, carrying some chips.
Well, Tommy, you've done a great job today, and I agree. Like MZ, thank you so much for sharing your time and perspective. That it's so great to hear like the research and kind of the kind of big brain level of all the stuff that we're doing. I agree. It just gives you so much to think about.
Yeah, speaking of thinking, so how do your Post-it notes work?
Which post? Oh, my Post-it notes. Yeah, I was thinking that. Okay, so I've got the backlog. This is all stuff that are ideas that I actually need to do. Let's move the phone over. And there we go. Yeah, this one gets to be done. So as they move from idea phase, they go into like the started phase, and I have it kind of set up so that I don't start too much at once. And then I've got the review phase. So these are things that I've done that I'm now like checking over to make sure that they're at the level that they need to be before they can go out to people. And then I've got the done phase, which are things that I've submitted that I'm following up with to make sure that they get signed off. And that's one of the ways that I kind of keep track of all the stuff that I need to do. As you know, I'm probably a little bit too busy.
For your cyborgness, I expected more than Post-it notes on a mirror, but now I'm even more impressed. I think we got Peth in the room.
Yeah, Post-it notes and lots of physical notes. I doodle a lot too as I'm taking notes to help me memorize things. As MZ was talking about, like the art that we draw helps us link those memories to specific things. So I can write little notes, and my drawings also help tie back. But I'll turn it over to Peth.
Peth.
Hello. Thank you. And yeah, as Mason was just writing, I was sprinting from the store, and now everybody saw me naked. I don't know if you guys caught that, but I opened my laptop just so I can start this on the second screen. And yeah, it was there. Let's just act like nothing happened and continue with this.
Oh my God.
Right, yeah. I kind of took a long way getting through the first part. But actually, where I ran out of time is actually exactly the second part of the presentation. So we can just continue as if it's a new presentation, kind of. So the first part was, you can see metagaming sort of two main goals. Like for now, the first main goal is to create this big onboarding machine for the crypto space, so we can get as many decentralized application developers, builders, and people who want to build DAOs. And then
do you want to share your screen?
Yeah. This. Am I not? I thought I was
No, you're not.
showing this. I thought I was showing this. Yeah, it was just this the whole time while I'm
No,
this.
I
There
don't
we
think
go.
I don't think anyone saw you
Now we
make it
see your
happen.
background, not
Yeah.
that.
No, that's the slide.
Okay.
Which I was standing on while I was giving this quick roundup.
Sorry.
So everything so far was about the first stage, and then we get into like the meta view, like why this matters in the grand scheme of things, and what's the goal there. So let's get into this, like the problem of the world as a whole, like the economic system, like everything is optimized for the profits, and like if you aren't like chasing profit to the maximum, if you're not maximizing for the profit, then you will essentially get kicked out of the economic game. Like your company will lose over in the long run, because everything is so just focused on the metric of profit, because that's just the main metric. Like all that matters is money, and even like not just on the company level, but also on the country level. Like it's all based on GDP growth. Like GDP always has to be growing, otherwise it's not good. And then like, is GDP growing actually good? Like, is that something that we should always be striving for? And like infinite growth on a finite planet, like, is that really a great idea? And so what I think is happening is this sort of tragedy of the commons, where people are just exploiting like the nature and everything, turning everything into profit and not caring about the consequences. And it's kind of a downward spiral. And so the question is like, I don't know, this thing in between. So in search of the commons scale, because that's what I've been doing most of my free time, like before getting into like most of my research time before getting into crypto, like researching these sort of alternative economic systems and networks. And like you can see this in like eco villages. They have like higher moral standards. They are very much more human focused, and like care about the nature and like living in the balance and whatnot. But the problem is that they can't scale, and because the scale tends to centralize things, and then the more something is centralized, the more it's focused on its own self-interest, and the more it's prone to corruption by the people who rise up and then steer the system into their own personal gain. And that's because there's less and less transparency. You cannot really see what's going on in those levels, like higher up in the bureaucratic system and even higher. And the bigger things are, the more they're focused on like the numbers, because that's the main thing we use to steer the system. So like it's all about the numbers. And so the question is like, what is the solution? Do we need like a whole new socioeconomic operating system to warp the game theory incentives and to make a system that is decentralized and transparent, so that it's less prone to corruption and like control from the top? Do we need like a whole new culture? Do we need new measures of success? And we kind of need all of those. Back into slide 1. So I hope that solution is metagame, because that's the combination of all of those. And it's a massive online coordination game. So first we had like the MMORPGs, massively online role-playing games. Then we had the MOOCs, like massive online open courses. And now we have this, which is like something in between. And then going forward, so this is the phase 1, which I was talking about previously, in setting up this decentralized factory, where it's like make it into a hub that anybody who's interested in decentralized organizations and applications can join and learn and find their way like forward. So there will be like guides and portals to everything that you need, and like a community to help you, and to like get access to the project, that you can just come in, work on projects without needing to apply. And like once you're inside, you can just work on whatever project you like, and sort of build this connective tissue and basic infrastructure for the like decentralized system, or like the social layer. Then we're going on to the phase 2, which is about getting a metagame across the chasm, like getting like proving that we built something that's valuable and that can scale, and then attracting a lot more value inside the system, so we can recruit even more people, obtain more knowledge from areas outside of crypto, because yeah, the idea is that like crypto is the first stage where we're setting up the socioeconomic infrastructure, like the basic stuff, and then as we move forward, we can like zoom out of crypto and broaden the focus like first to like the other nascent technologies like VR, machine learning, and yeah, whatever is up and coming, but also yeah, broaden the focus into solving the like the real world problems, like having initiatives that are like fighting hunger in that part of the world, or like planting trees in somewhere else, and yeah, continue with this whole scheme that like it's a web of opportunity. So like people don't need to like move to another country so to access the opportunities. They just need to get in here, and yeah, they will get this whole network that will help them like find their way, how to find like acquire new skills and find work to do and make a living doing useful things. And then phase 3 is called the web of life, and then it's like this whole decentralized socioeconomic network that is supporting thousands of people doing something that is meaningful to them, like leveling up and making a living. And there will be this network of like pockets of like physical outposts and like eco villages and things like that, like co-working, co-living spaces. And this does sound kind of far-fetched, but like we're a network, so it's not like the people who are here now are going to do that. Although like we actually already have a few people doing that, like one guy buying a farm and like attracting people, and like the first alliance that I talked about previously, the Bloom network, they already have like a bunch of these eco villages in their network. So yeah, it's a matter of connecting all these pieces together, not like doing everything ourselves. And yeah, by then like the whole goal, like we are much less focused on crypto and like really into solving real world problems, like focusing on, yeah, as I said, like getting like water and clean water and like electricity in the third world, like helping prevent global warming, and yeah, anything that's like not first world problem and crypto problem, but like actual problems.
And you can find some of those on Giveth as well.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, and Giveth is just getting just about to get onboarded to MetaGame as well. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, paying people to like take part in all these ecological and philanthropic initiatives. And yeah, revolutionizing the world. So like previously, like the revolutions were violent and bloody and created these power vacuums, and you weren't really sure that like after the old power has been overthrown, like the power will just centralize again, and it won't take long before it's just as bad. And now the revolution will be peaceful, and the revolution will be the new system that is already built. Like it's not taking down and then hoping something good happens, but like replacing it with something that already works. And this is the quote that I like to live by an open source community builder guru. And yeah, that's it from me. You can go to metagame.wtf to learn more about metagame.
Awesome. I think that's great. You explained it pretty much a lot more in detail than you act like you can in other circumstances. You're like, I don't know, figure it out. But all of a sudden you're like, this is exactly how it is.
We need a really good like an explainer video, and I thought about how I will like cut down like even less things from this slideshow and just get somebody to like make an animation.
Yeah, definitely. And I think following up on what you were just saying about moving into the on-ground aspect and like the I don't know, the meat space DAO or the 3D DAO or however you want to think about it. Yeah, I think through the Bloom network and some other projects that you can find on giveth.io, which Bloom network is also on there. There's a movement to get that phase going even sooner, or it's already going, I guess, in a sense, right? So there's some projects on there that we could plug into, and Gitcoin Grant has a couple going on too, I believe. So
Right. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of like, yeah, connecting all these pieces together, and like we can really make this whole alternative socioeconomic network where like there are these pockets of alternative self-sustainable economies where people can just go to and live without paying absurd rents like people are paying when they go to like these opportunity hubs like the Silicon Valley and places like that. Like so far people needed to go to places like that to access the opportunities, and right now they won't even have to do that anymore, so they will be able to move to places that are even cheaper.
Yeah, it'd be great to have some co-working spaces that are designed more for Web3 too, you know, that have the things that we're looking to have around us, and you know, could accept crypto and different seeds for all the services that you would need at a different co-working space. And yeah, and have them spread out across the world so that you could bounce around and be the even newer kind of digital nomad, not the digital nomad that's just making content over the cliffside, taking a pretty picture of the hills, but
right,
actually building the new. I mean, those things are good too. If that we need content creators, if you're one of those, please join us.
Right, it was just hard for like digital nomads to really coordinate like with many people. That's why I think most of them resorted to these like one-person ventures with like or a two-person like media production team and things like that, because they weren't really like ways to coordinate. And yeah, I wanted to also touch on like that we'll definitely be putting up some co-working spaces, and actually I will personally be probably opening one next year, like in an apartment that I have. It's going to be pretty small, but it's going to be the first MetaGames co-working space.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think the quote that really fits that I've heard a lot is, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so obviously there's a space for both of those, and the digital nomad that wanted to be the pioneer and go out there and get the shots first and kind of be the person that sets the flags and the paths to go has kind of been established. And now it's time for us to go far, and we see it's no longer one person. Now we need to get the community to make that journey.
Yeah, that's a great way to hear it.
So I wanted to just talk a little bit about some of the other events that are happening right now, unless you have anything else that you want to go into about MetaGame.
No, I think I touched up on all the like most important points. Like I'd say like if you're interested in learning more, just jump on our Discord and dig through the wiki. Although I think I kind of explained it better than like reading through all the wiki pages. And yeah, we have the season 1 closing party and the season 2 launching and the awards ceremony and whatnot on the Friday, right? I think it's Friday on the 20th.
20th,
yeah.
So join us there and
it's Saturday. Saturday is the 20th. So that is also the day to kind of step up if you're on the cusp and you've been a player but you've been inactive. The purge is coming that day. So if you want to be a part of MetaGame and still stay active, make sure that you hop in and make sure that we don't cut you when season 2 kicks over. There's a lot of new interest in people that are hungry to participate. So we've swelled a little bit over our goal of 150. I think we're up to 200, which means that there's 50 people kind of on the wiggle room.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point to get to. Like I will be getting rid of probably more than 50 people like that are inactive, and so this is a great opportunity to get involved because there will be a space opening.
Also, if you want to still be a part of MetaGame and not be as active, the patron role is available for anyone that wants to plant seeds.
Yes. So there's the other side that like if you don't want to be active, just buy some seeds. You only need to buy 5 seeds, and put them in the liquidity pool, and that gets you into the 150 patrons. Yeah, we still have space in the patron side of things.
So I also wanted to remind people about the proof of attendance tokens. So if you attended, please share with us your message. So just DM us, say I'd like to get one of the NFT proof of attendance badges, and we will send you a link to claim those. Also, if you have spoken today, we will send you a DM with your link to claim your special speaker badge. So we have got different popes for different roles, so speakers, judges, visitors, players, patrons. So if you participated in MetaFest at all this week, make sure you get your proof of attendance.
We also got some one-up NFTs going on in the MetaFest public through Chiefbot, yeah. Some of the speakers today.
Chiefbot is going to be leveraged pretty heavily for NFTs this month. So the Chief Network is you got a dog barking, Tommy.
The neighbors have left.
So the Chief Network and Achievement is a community effort to reward value creators in our space through community award ceremonies, similar to like the Academy Awards, but by the developers, for the developers, and the other community leaders. So we gathered together. Deacon kind of rallied us all behind Achievement, where we're also exploring kind of the skill NFTs. So if you have a community that you want to make some NFTs for, we mint on XDAI, and we have the power to deliver NFTs through Discord as well as through the web application. We've seen all kinds of amazing art, as well as we generated the Christmas cards for different communities this past Christmas. And we just celebrated Moloch's birthday with a set of NFTs. And yeah, the Chief Bot will also be how you interact with the scavenger hunt. So the scavenger hunt will allow you to look around crypto voxels if it is operating. And there are clues placed by Bagsy McHolder III and myself, where he generated all the clues, and you can go and find them. So the clues are actually based off of song lyrics. So the first clue is hidden at MetaGame headquarters, and I believe there are instructions for how to turn those in. So essentially you're looking for one word, and there are 10 different clues. We will drop little hints of where to go, but you should also look for the rainbow octo flag as a hint that there might be a clue nearby. So we have a great week, and everything have been amazing talks so far. Thank you so much, Tommy, for stepping up and being the MC for the day. You were amazing.
I'm upside down. I'm hiding from the dog.
So aside from MetaGame, what's kind of some of the communities that you're active in, Tommy? What do you think are some of the things that people might not know about that they should check out?
Well, we had a good talk from Willy today on Giveth, and Token Engineering Commons, and Common Stacks will be coming up later in the week. I think those are all valuable. As far as the on ground things with the Bloom Network, there's some great projects going on in Costa Rica right now. The Diamante Bridge Collective. I can post the Giveth link in the public channel. Giveth is doing a launch, so there's a lot of great projects on there that are doing the same type of things. One of which is Free the Food. They're doing syntropic street farming, so they're bringing edible landscapes to neighborhoods. And they are on Giveth too. You can donate with Giveth as well, and you can donate with crypto for that. So there are bridges being built, to make these on-ground projects more viable.
Great.
Coming out of our ecosystems.
Yeah, and what you're saying about like Giveth and Gitcoin, those are kind of really critical to a lot of these communities, kind of getting off the ground and getting the initial funds that they need. Especially Gitcoin does matching, so we're in Gitcoin matching round 9. So any donations that are over $10 get matched with a higher weight than other ones. So that's a great way to kind of support charitable organizations or communities that you think are doing things the right way. Another way is we will have an art auction where we're asking artists to donate 10% of sales to Gitcoin grants that they like and that are helpful to other people. So one of the other key things that we are doing for MetaFest is the Collabathon hackathon. So we have basically opened it up to any kind of project that is improving the metaverse and the world around them. So if you are making a protocol that helps reduce carbon offset or plants trees, or if you have an art project that donates shoes, pretty much anything that you think that you can contribute that's beneficial to the community at large. We are offering prizes to any submissions that meet the minimum threshold of being able to be reproducible, open source, and meet the minimum requirements of 10 positive reviews from players, and is beneficial to the world. So we are going to open the public floor to hear kind of about anyone's ideas that they're working on or hacking on. I myself have a project that I gathered a team for. Tommy, did you happen to do anything for that? I know we've kept you super busy.
Well, I just posted in the shill channel some of the Giveth links. I could pull something out of my Okta ass.
Yeah, I recommend everyone to just kind of participate and get engaged if you can. It's a great way to meet some of the other players in the space and just kind of think of something real quick that you can do to get to help out other people. One of the other key things about this hackathon is we don't have like as huge of a jackpot payout where it's winner take all. We are awarding anyone that meets those minimum requirements a share of the pool. So we encourage all kinds of projects. If we get more than 15 or 10 projects that meet the requirements, then the seed pool will grow. So I encourage everyone to go out there and meet other people in our space and find a quick project that you can do that you think will be cool and provide some value, and then tell us about it. And if you need help finding people, hop in one of these chats, send some messages in the public group. You'll get to meet some of your fellow MetaFesters, and we'll see everyone at the Meta Test later.
Scantron only. So we're jumping over to the Discord server now.
Yeah, I think we're gonna drop off the live call. Thank you everyone for stopping in. Thank you, Jelly. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you everyone that stopped in and spoke, and everyone that will stop in for this next week. We will see you later, and thank you very much.
Ciao, ciao.